morning tomorrow. We will have a bit of a break between the sessions regardless, but it sounds like if we finish the first session early, there might be scope to bring the second session forward. So thank you very much. That's very helpful. I will talk through the details of how the sessions will work shortly. I'll maybe just pause just now to ask if everybody's happy with what I've said so far, and I don't know if this would be a useful point, Mr. Innes, to bring in your point. I'm just going to cover documents and the sort of process for the hearing before we get started. But is there anything that parties wish to raise at this point?
Thank you, sir. I've just got a very brief point, and it's this. In terms of the Council's objection, which is lodged as CD 199, together with the accompanying committee report 1-200, it set out the grounds of objection made by the Council. Subsequent to that, and earlier this year, the applicant was asked for a position statement, and that's document called document 1.242. That was lodged in January of this year, and it summarised the Council's position. The Council was then invited to submit a further or a position statement in February of this year, and that's document called document 1.243. I just wanted noted that as far as the summary was concerned, the Council accepted that the applicant's summary of their position was an accurate one, and then went on to confirm that in terms of the topics and issues that they were going to raise, it was visual impacts and thereafter the consistency with the development plan. Now, how I put this is, I think there are aspects of the hearing statements lodged by the Council that tend to go beyond those pure visual issues. There's also aspects of the policy's position that go slightly beyond visual issues. And rather than, I'm not going to, because this is a hearing, it will break things up if at various points I intervene and start saying, well, that's not within the bounds of the objection made by the Council. So I'm just going to make the general point at the outset that I have a concern that it has gone beyond the straightforward and narrow objections made by the Council. But I'm not going to in any way raise this point again during any of the hearing sessions. I've made the point, and I leave it to you ultimately in setting out what the Council's objection was and the position that is their position to the Scottish ministers. But as I say, I'm making it now. I'm not going to repeat it. I just felt it was a point I wanted to make, because otherwise I'd be criticised if I make submissions subsequently on this point without having raised it. But as I say, I don't want to raise it again during the hearing sessions, because that will break up the flow and you've got information that you want to get from those sessions. So that's all I wish to say at this stage. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's noted. Mr. O'Carroll, would you like to respond to that at this point?
Well, I think this is a little bit difficult, because we've got a generalised statement with regard to the bounds of what's been contained within the hearing statements provided for today's and tomorrow's sessions. But without actually any specific objection to anything that's said, it's hard to know what to address and to discuss with you. So we've got this generalised objection in advance, which I suppose has, so I don't know if it's intended to have a chilling effect of some kind or what it is, but I think, though, probably the best way of approaching that is to say this, that what we have in terms of what's been put before, we have a position statement. We also have the hearing statement from Sam Oxley and Mr. David Bell. Both of the latter two documents are extremely comprehensive and cover all matters that you would expect in a hearing of this sort. And so basically the position as far as the Council is concerned is that it's addressing all of those within the remit of the objection which it's raised at the hearing, and that's fully understood. But matters insofar as they've been raised or discussed by the applicant will be met by the Council in the course of its own evidence. And I don't think for its own part. The council has gone beyond that in what it has stated so far. But I think if there is anything specific that arises, I think it really is incumbent on Mr. Innes to raise that specifically at the time, and then we can discuss it rather than for there to be a blanket objection in advance, as has been stated.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I think at this stage, I'll just note what's been said. I think as we go through, if there are particular matters, it may well be helpful, Mr. Innes, if there's anything you want to signpost as we go, but it may well just come through the discussion in terms of the context for the evidence that we're hearing today, and where that's come from. But I've certainly noted the point in general. So we'll move on just to a couple more preliminary matters before we get started on the agenda itself. In terms of documents, the hearing statements and other documents are available on the DPA website under the case reference. Thank you to the applicant for coordinating the core document list. I'm aware that there's been a few late documents submitted earlier this week and an updated core document list last night. I'm not sure if hopefully everybody has a copy of that. I think the differences are fairly small between the two. So if there are any difficulties in accessing documents as we go through, we can address that. But hopefully that's been received by everybody here today. Can I just ask if parties are content with the core documents, including the late documents, or are there any issues or concerns that parties want to raise at this stage? Again, I'll invite the applicant to comment first, please.
Yes, Colin is part of the applicant. We have no issues. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Carroll?
Neither, no issues. And also I'm very grateful for the prompt way in which the core document list has been compiled.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure everyone's familiar with this, but parties today will be expected to work from their own electronic devices or paper copies to access the material. I'll be doing the same, and I might sometimes need to ask parties to pause to ensure that we've all located the relevant part of a document. So just in terms of process for today, I'm sure that everyone who's participating is quite familiar with the format of a hearing session, so we'll keep this brief. The session will be a discussion chaired by me. As I've already mentioned, the agenda setting out the matters to be discussed was issued to parties around a fortnight ago, and the agenda for this session and the other sessions are on the DPA website. I'll lead the discussion by starting each item of the agenda by outlining my question, inviting one or other party to begin, and then after the answer, the other party will be able to comment, and there may well be a further exchange of views after that. Please keep in mind that my role is to understand and test parties' positions, so if I'm questioning or probing on a particular point, this should not be taken as indicating that I necessarily disagree with what has been said. My aim is to ensure I have sufficient understanding of the arguments so that I can report these to ministers. When I feel I have sufficient information, I shall move on to the next item. I'm sure everyone today will be aware of the importance of being courteous with each other throughout the hearing. Please bear with me. I'll be taking a note of the matters discussed as we go through, so I may just sometimes ask you to pause to make sure I've got a note of things before we move on. And just a reminder that in addition to the evidence considered during this hearing and the others tomorrow, my report and recommendations to ministers will also consider the applicant's environmental impact assessment report and the relevant matters raised in consultation responses submitted to the Scottish Government's Energy Consents Unit. All of these documents are on the DPA website. So just finally, before we move on to the agenda items, are there any other questions or other points to raise? No. Okay. We will move on then to the first substantive agenda item, which is item 2. So under this agenda item, I'm looking to explore parties' views on what guidance on siting and design considerations for wind farm development is applicable in this case and what it says that's relevant. So I'm not looking to discuss the extent to which the proposal complies with the guidance under this agenda item, but simply to establish the context for discussions later in the agenda regarding how the proposal would appear from specific views and locations. So, point A, firstly, I'd like to ask parties for their views on NatureScot's guidance citing and designing wind farms in the landscape, which I believe is core document 4.6, and its implications for the proposal. In particular, having reviewed this document, I'd like to hear parties' views on the advice at paragraph 2.29 of the guidance regarding irregular layouts, including overlapping turbines or stacking, and outliers. As I say, we'll come on to consider the proposal's design from particular viewpoints later. So at this stage, I'm really looking just to hear views on design principles in terms of the factors that may give rise to negative effects. I'm also interested in views on whether there's any difference in the importance or significance of these design considerations, depending on whether they may be seen from locations where viewers are typically static versus locations such as roads where viewers will typically be moving. I realise there's quite a few elements to that question, so I'm happy to go over it again as we go through to check that the points are covered. But can I please start in the first instance for this question with the applicant's views? Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, so the first part of the question, yes, this is the appropriate guidance. So 4.6 is the appropriate guidance. It was written initially in 2009 and was most recently updated in 2017. There is no other specific guidance for siting and designing wind farms in the landscape in Scotland that goes into as much detail as this. Do you want to take the council's confirmation at the same time, or shall I move on to other parts of the question? It might be better to break it down.
I think I don't want to interrupt your flow, but equally I'm happy, I suppose, if there's something in particular that the council wants to come back on, but it might be easier just to run through all the points and then turn to the council unless there's a significant point that might influence everything that sort of follows on. But I think at this point, just continue, please.
Okay. So I suppose that it's worth noting that it is guidance, and guidance is always followed in terms of the wider plethora of guidance on other matters, and it's very much focused on landscape and visual matters. It does recognise. It recognises that this is the case. It's focused on landscape and visual matters, and it talks about the need to also take account of other environmental and technical matters in the balancing, I suppose, so in terms of its use. It refers to wider technical design considerations in paragraph 1.3, where it talks about wind speed, access to grid, other natural heritage issues such as impacts on birds, wildlife and habitats, which are also of importance. A range of other considerations such as noise, archaeology, access and transport are also relevant. I think it's also worth noting, 1.7. It's also worth noting that it was prepared under a different policy context, and I think you'll cover that in your discussions about policy tomorrow or later today. But at the time that it was written, it stated in paragraph 2.24, turbines typically consist of 60 to 100 metre high towers with blades of 40 metres or more. So their overall height blade tip is between 100 to 140 metres. So I think there is some, understanding that this is, although it's the applicable guidance, it is somewhat dated in terms of policy context and exactly what it was considering at the time.
Can I just check the last paragraph reference you gave? Sorry. Did you say 2.24?
2.24, yeah.
So I'm not sure if it doesn't look.
Sorry, 2.14.
2.14. Thank you.
So there's that bit about its context. You then referred specifically to advice on irregular layout. There are various paragraphs within the document. The key section is probably that titled Turbine Layout Stroke Array on page 11. And at paragraph 2.25, it refers, I won't read the whole paragraphs because I know you'll read the whole section, but I'll pick out a few bits. So it says the layout should relate to the specific characteristics of the landscape. This means the most suitable layout for every development will be different. I suppose what some of the key characteristics of this landscape are the fact that we have a broad sort of broad semi-irregular plateau sitting above steeper slopes that rise up from the loch sides. It isn't a landscape where there are very strong focal points within the area of the site, the ridgeline of the site, and the land to the either side of it. There are some smaller hills, but they're not big peaks or focal points as such. So it's a relatively indistinct skyline. It's relatively low lying in terms of how that skyline sits, for example, in relation to some of the wider areas of mountain landscapes that we have within the study area. And it's relatively large scale as well. So it's a long and low landscape as opposed to a sort of more pronounced a landscape with a lot of topographical variation. So those are some of the key characteristics of the landscape. This section goes on, so paragraph 2.26 talks about the starting point for turbines being the technical separation distances, and then the process then going on to move turbines around due to physical constraints such as watercourses, areas of deep peat, and so on, and says landscape and visual issues will inform the layout. Then it goes on in 2.27 to discuss the fact that turbines are typically divided into regular or irregular formats. And just to add there, I would say that the irregular format is more typical for an onshore wind farm development in Scotland. And especially now with the increased pressure for larger wind farms, greater efficiency, larger energy production, irregular is very much the sort of format that we're tending to see. So a loose cluster rather than straight lines or rows like you may see, for example, in an offshore environment. And although irregular, and again, this is covered in the same paragraph, the aim is to create a positive feature, visually balanced, with a simple and consistent image, all, of course, giving the caveat of the numbers of turbines we're now trying to accommodate in the landscape. This is most easily achieved by a simple line on level ground, and then recognition that as soon as there's deviation from this, the design does become more complicated. you talked also about considering whether locations are static or moving. So paragraph 2.28 starts to allude to some of this. So, however, as you move through the landscape and see it from different directions and elevations, views will change. This is talking specifically about a grid, but the same principle applies, and will reveal a variable effect seemingly ordered upon some rows, but in others overlapping. So that's that recognition of how views will change as people move around. And then the paragraph that you brought us to, irregular layouts can be more appropriate in landscapes of variation of variable elevation, and so on. I think paragraph 230 is also relevant as well. So wind farms can be accommodated in areas of complex patterns, providing that their siting and design doesn't dominate the elements which define this. Odd numbers can often present a more balanced view. And then paragraph 2.31 talks about, again, we're talking about offshore here, but it references the fact that by moving around in the landscape, by moving along the coast in this instance, the layout and the design will change. And then just the last bit of this guidance to draw your attention to is paragraph 3.17, where again there's reference to, and this is under the heading of experiencing wind farms in the landscape. It says, whilst moving along a road. So again, there's that recognition that views will change as you move about, and some of the receptors are more linear rather than static. The design and access statement, which is document 1.2, is a key document for you, and I would encourage you to read it in full. But it talks in there about the key design viewpoints that were agreed for this project. It shows the progression of the design of those particular key views. Some of them, it doesn't show all of them, but it gives a reasonable snapshot. And it talks about the fact that it's all essentially a kind of optimization process. So you're taking account of all the fixed constraints, such as hydrology, and then you're moving on to refine things, always with landscape and visual matters in mind.
We'll probably come on to talk through those matters under item 3, the next item on the agenda. Is that possibly a good point just to pause and invite the council to give its views on this NatureScope document, and if there's further points that you wish to bring out, we can return to the applicant after that. So can I invite the council, please, to give me its views? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I agree with Ms. Oxley that the guidance, the NatureScope guidance, is relevant to this proposal. It was last revised in 2017, and in my opinion, it requires further revision to address design issues associated with the use of far larger wind turbines than was anticipated in the earlier versions of the guidance. Ms. Oxley has mentioned this in reference to paragraph 2.14, that it was really focused on wind turbines between 100 to 140 metres high. We're now getting developments that are up to 250 metres high onshore, the turbines, sorry, that is. And I think some further guidance is needed, or some further revision of the guidance. There is good stuff in the existing guidance, but for example, in terms of turbine scale and how the guidance addresses scale, it sets out useful pointers in, for example, paragraphs 2.14 to 19, sorry, 2.14 to 19. But what I feel the guidance doesn't do is advise on how better to accommodate very large turbines through careful siting and design. And I think this is really important. A lot of these very large, or many of Scotland's landscapes, the scale of them does not fit with these very large turbines. And I think in terms of that, it's very important. A factor in successful design is trying to provide some screening of turbine bases, for example, to sit them down in basins or in dips, so that it reduces the perceived scale of the turbines. And I think the guidance doesn't go far enough, the present guidance, in giving advice on how to do that. Just turning to your point about irregular layouts, I'm trying to keep within the confines of your question. But I accept what Ms. Oxley has said, and the relevant paragraphs on achieving a simple composition of wind turbines. They are generally more successful in reducing landscape and visual effects. I would just point out that in the craggy upland landscape character type within which this proposal sits, it is irregular. If you've walked up onto the site, sir, you will have seen how irregular the landform is. It becomes more difficult, in my opinion, to successfully or have a successful layout which minimises landscape and visual impacts in an irregular landscape. And usually it is easier to achieve a successful scheme if there are fewer turbines involved. I will then just, sorry, am I talking too quickly?
I'm keeping up so far, thank you.
Okay. You asked about some of the specific design matters addressed in the Nature Scott siting and design guidance. I've mentioned irregular layouts, overlapping of turbines and outliers. The relevant paragraph is 3.28 of the guidance. And that particularly alludes to skylines and the importance of skylines requiring careful attention. And I think this has relevance to this proposal, particularly from Dunlacquaich. And while I do accept that it's not always possible to avoid overlapping turbines seen on skylines from all viewpoints, I consider that you have to pick your battles, as it were, in the design of a wind farm, and you've got to really focus on the important viewpoints. And Dunlacquaich, in my view, is one of those where I don't feel that the approach to siting and design has achieved a successful outcome. You then, in your question, you asked about the implications for the significance of impacts. And I took this to mean, you meant about the mitigation measures requested by the council and how that would affect the significance of impacts. Is that my correct understanding, sir?
I suppose, we can come on to the specifics of particular viewpoints later. I suppose what I'm trying to explore is the extent to which this guidance is suggesting that some of the considerations in terms of a skyline or overlapping, whether there is a difference in how important or significant these issues are, depending on the nature of the receptor or the sensitivity or static versus moving receptors and that type of thing. So I suppose whether there's any nuance that needs to be drawn out as to how these considerations ought to be applied based on the guidance.
I think that's quite difficult to discern from the guidance. I think all matters are sort of factually laid out, and I think there's no sort of particular hierarchy in terms of particular skylines, etc. I think that obviously there is the thing about focal features that I think Ms. Oxley alluded to. And also in terms of static or moving views, I think there isn't any differential between the two, and that is borne out by the NatureScot guidance on assessing cumulative effects, which is CD 4.7. It doesn't provide any distinctions between static and moving views. They're termed combined visibility and sequential views in that guidance. My view is that both are important to consider. So I have one final point on this matter in terms of the siting and design guidance, and that was Ms. Oxley's point made about policy changes that have occurred since it was issued in 2017. I would just like to point out that the principles of good siting and design of wind farms should be independent of policy and development aspirations. And I do think that this is recognised in NPF 4 in policy 11E, which stresses the importance of design in determining acceptability of proposals. Siting and design principles stand alone, irrespective of what the policy is.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all very helpful. Is there anything that the applicant would like to respond on in relation to this guidance document before we move on?
Yeah, I'll just come back and clarify a couple of points in terms of, I suppose, how a landscape planner like myself would use and work within the framework of this guidance. And it comes back to this point about deciding which viewpoints are the key views, which are the most important. So although the guidance doesn't say specifically, and I think that's a reflection of when it was written, that the key views or static views should be focused upon. It's very much the process that a landscape planner will take, because when we start looking at a wind farm, we maybe will have at that point up to 40 or even 50 viewpoints in the software that we use. And we go through this process of discussing with NatureScot and with the local authorities which of the views are the important ones, and we gradually whittle it down to what might be 15 to 20 type views that end up being represented as assessment viewpoints within the landscape and visual impact assessment. But within that, again, we tend to have a subset of key views, and those are the really important views for the project, where we want to get design at its best, because obviously if you design for one viewpoint or 3 viewpoints, you then change the design from other viewpoints, and you have to have this order of priority in terms of where you're trying to make the wind farm look at its best. So again, I refer you to the design and access statement document 1.1, where that information is set out. And I would say that a landscape planner will typically consider composition to be more important from a static location than from a location where you're driving along a road, and the composition of the view will change as you move along it. it's common sense, really, that the static location is going to be of greater importance in terms of getting the composition as good as it can be from that location.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you want to add anything else, or shall we move on to point B?
Just one very quick point, please. Just in answer to Ms. Oxley, I do agree that static viewpoints are important in terms of designing the layout. You have a more sustained view from a static viewpoint. However, I think Ms. Oxley is speaking in very general terms about a whole range of, the approach that we take to a wide range of wind farm developments. In this particular case, and particularly in the Loch Orr area, the viewpoints that you get are very rare. Open views are very rare towards the wind farm because of the extent of woodland. And this, although people may be travelling on roads, they may also include cyclists, particularly on the west side of Loch Orr, and the viewpoints act as static viewpoints because they are so rare and surprising. I've often observed people just stopping. So I think they are less transitory and fleeting than might be suggested.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, I'm looking to sort of set the general context here, and we'll no doubt return to some of these themes in relation to specific viewpoints. The applicant, I think, wants to just come back in at this stage.
Yes, thank you, sir. I've got two broad points. One is that I think in construing this guidance, it is important to have regard to the whole context and not just pick a particular paragraph, because it has a context. And in this turbine array section, what is identifying is there's a design process, and therefore the correct way to understand this context is in the overall design process. And we're obviously going to go and discuss this in the context of this scheme in due course. But I think there is an inherent danger of just picking out one paragraph and not having the context. And secondly, I think it's quite helpful to understand that it's inevitable where you have more than two turbines, that at one stage of one turbine, you're going to at some stage see an overlapping. And the question is where that occurs and how it's been dealt with in the design process. And that is illustrated in the regular shape one, whereas you get this really regular shape with nothing overlapping. At various stages as you go around that, as is stated, they are going to overlap in a line. And it's all about the design process. And I do think that's a really important point that's flagged there, is there will be inevitability, even in the most regular shape design, that you're going to have overlapping turbines at certain points. Those are the only matters I wish to come back on, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to dwell too much on the guidance, because I'm sure we'll come back to it as we go through and talk about specific locations. So we'll maybe move on now to just the other guidance document that I do want to touch on, which is the Argyll and Bute Landscape Wind Energy Capacity Study. It's a bit of a mouthful. I may refer to it as the capacity study for short, although I will come on in a second to discuss the relevance or otherwise of particular parts of it. I note that the statement of agreed matters indicates that document provides the relevant baseline characterisation of the landscape. That's paragraph 3.4.5. The Council's hearing statement indicates at paragraph 4.3 that the advice in the document on landscape and visual susceptibility and its broad assessment of landscape value are relevant, whereas its guidance on the scope or capacity for development that does not accord with current national guidance is not, that's the Argyll and Butte document does not now reflect that national guidance. And the applicant similarly highlights the advice on capacity as predating current guidance, and that's at the applicant's hearing statement, paragraph 2.8. So I think there's some level of agreement there. Under this agenda item, I'm really looking to establish whether there's any areas where the parties disagree with one another in relation to the influence of this document, having reviewed the other party's hearing statement. So this time, can I start with the council, please, if there's anything you want to raise on this point?
I don't think there is anything that I would disagree with in terms of Ms. Oxley's hearing statement in relation to the capacity study. And as you've mentioned, sir, I set out in section 4 of my own hearing statement where I feel that the study complies and doesn't comply with the current guidance. I think it is still relevant, the study, in terms of the detailed sensitivity assessment it provides. It was last updated in 2017. So again, it is, that's some time ago. But actually, having looked, obviously the landscape and visual baseline has not changed that much, but there have been a number of consents of wind farm developments, but very few yet built since that time. So, that would change some of the sensitivity guidance once those are built for some landscapes, but interestingly, not so much in an area 30 kilometres from, still here, roughly 30 kilometres from the proposal. Because it was last updated in 2017, it doesn't anticipate policy changes which have influenced NPF 4, but then it is an independent study of landscape sensitivity. Landscape and visual sensitivity doesn't change just because policy has changed. The current high number of applications that the council have received, which are cited within the craggy upland landscape character type, and the implications of that, plus the use of much larger wind turbines, are not addressed really in the guidance parts of the capacity study, and that could do with update. But in terms of sensitivity, I think the study is accurate.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the applicant if it wants to comment on this document, please, now?
Good morning, sir. David Bell speaking. I just wanted to cover off one or two points on it fairly briefly, and recognising that we are covering policy tomorrow. But as you said at the start, it's really to set the context for the discussions today. You've covered the conflict with Nature's Got Guidance. I will refer to that again. I think one document that is helpful, where a reporter has given a very recent view on it, just for consistency, is the Clachay Glen Section 36 inquiry report, which is before the inquiry. It's CD 6.7. And the key paragraph I would recommend that is noted there is paragraph 26. And just taking it very briefly, paragraph 26 of the inquiry report states, the document is a useful guide to identifying landscape sensitivity, opportunities and challenges. And I think that's a point where there is agreement, as Sanderson has just covered that. But Ms. Oxley will comment further on that point. But the reporter goes on to say it identifies that no turbines over 150 metres could be accommodated within Argyll and Bute. That's a in that document. Now, of course, Clacking Glen was consented at 185 and 200 metres, Largower at 180 metres, Ladyfield more recently at 100 metres, and as Ms Anderson correctly said, there are consents elsewhere in Scotland, many at 200 metres, and in fact, Letton extension is 251 metres, the highest turbine in that scheme. I would say, though, that the key part of the reporter's conclusion here is the next sentence, which says, however, the context for the assessment of wind energy development has changed. I think that's the key point. And he goes on to say, with updates to greenhouse gas emission targets, the net zero ambition, the adoption of NPF4, the adoption of the LDP in Argyll, the issuing of the onshore wind statement, and then he says this, which together provide support for renewable technologies, and note there is a need for a step change and taller turbines to meet ambitions. So I think that is the key point, that the policy framework has considerably moved on. And the last document he refers to, the onshore wind statement, sure we'll cover it tomorrow. And there are important points in there about taller, more efficient turbines, and that this will change the landscape. So I just wanted to flag that context for the discussions that follow in terms of how we view that document. So I would say, from my perspective, it is informative about some of the characteristics. I don't think there is disagreement on that, but limited weight for the reasons set out in terms of what it says about capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Probably straying a bit into tomorrow's agenda, and I certainly will be asking parties for views on the weight to be attached to various documents tomorrow. So we can certainly return to that subject tomorrow. I will give the council an opportunity to say anything at this point, but that's if we prefer to return to this tomorrow, then that's also fine. Mr. O'Carroll?
Happy to leave this over till tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I can see a hand waving from the applicant. Do you want to just come back, Ms. Oxley?
Yeah, I mean, there were just a couple of more detailed points. I don't think it's already been said, but it's always recognised that this is strategic guidance, and it's not a substitute for site-specific landscape and visual impact assessment as has been undertaken here. That's a common approach to these sorts of studies and now widely recognised. But also, like any guidance, there are useful parts within it. One area which I just wanted to draw your attention to was the guidance on development on page 62. And albeit that we leave the reference to sizes aside, because we know that it isn't up to date in terms of what it's considered, it talks about, for example, avoiding the steep slopes which form a backdrop to Loch Awe. And Carr Dubh would achieve this, and this was very much something that we had in our mind throughout the design process. It talks about sites which are slightly dipped or contained to some degree by higher ground. For some of the key views for this project, viewpoint 2 Dalavik, for example, which we will return to. We were very conscious when designing this scheme that the turbine should appear to be behind the first ridge, essentially. So the land rises fairly steeply from the loch. It then crests where there's a break in slope, and then rises a little bit, ups and downs a bit beyond that. But that break of slope effectively reads as the skyline. And so we we designed the project so that it would sit so that the turbines essentially were sitting behind, or the bases of those turbines were sitting behind that first ridge line. It also avoids, it's a relatively even stretch of skyline, avoids the steep and predominantly wooded slopes, so it doesn't fall down or slip down those slopes. And it's also sited away from occasional small hills, wooded spurs, promontories, and landmark features on the hill. So again, using the guidance on development, there was useful information in there, and it very much shaped the way that we designed this wind farm.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I probably heard enough on these two documents. Are there any other matters before we move on to item 3 that parties want to raise in relation to siting and design guidance that's relevant in this case? We can obviously return to it in the context of particular viewpoints as we go forward. Is everyone content to move on now to item 3? I think if we maybe take that item and then have a break, that's probably a good point on the agenda to have a pause. So under agenda item 3, I'd like to have a high-level discussion regarding site-specific constraints and other design consideration. Again, just to provide context for later agenda items regarding particular viewpoints, and it's really just to explore the applicant's position as set out in its hearing statement, for example, paragraphs 4.7 and 6.8, that the design is optimised as far as possible within the context of site constraints. I'm really, under this agenda item, I'm looking to establish essentially whether there's any disagreement on the influence of constraints on the turbine layout. So I'm not anticipating spending a long time on this agenda item unless there proves to be a lot of disagreement. So what I propose is that the applicant talks briefly about the key constraints and the ways in which they influence the layout, and then the council can comment or ask questions through me. I have noted a few examples of constraints in the agenda. That's not necessarily an exhaustive list. If relevant, we can look at the design and access statements or the constraints plans. Again, I don't think we need to go through this in too much detail, but I'm really just looking for an overview of constraints and how they affect the layout. So can I invite the applicant to comment on that, please?
Good morning, sir. I'll be answering this question. So first of all, I think you've useful to have, as you say, design access statement to hand, Core Doc 1.2, Core Doc 7.8. I would probably recommend to have Plan B available. It's a bit more zoomed in, easier to see some of the constraints. And in addition, it'd be worthwhile having Oxley's hearing statement, Core Document 7.9, and Miss Anderson's hearing statement as well, Core Document 9.3.
Thank you. I have all these in front of me. If the council needs a moment to find anything. Maybe if the council lets me know once you have the documents in front of you.
Yes, I have them, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Please carry on, thank you.
Thank you. I just thought it would be useful just to talk about the approach to design. So the development of the layout has gone through a number of evolutions of design iterations. So it's outlined in the design and access statement. There's 5 main design iterations, but as Miss Oxley has outlined in her hearing statement, there's 15 internal design reviews. So the design was subject to careful scrutiny that was undertaken by a design workshop, so which Miss Oxley provided landscape and visual advice to that. But as well, there was other technical experts that provided input into engineering, hydrological, heat and ornithological matters as well, to name but a few. Just to draw your attention within the design and access statement within paragraph 2.16, essentially during each design iteration, there was careful consideration given to minimising the effects of environmental features and, where possible, avoidance of constraints within the site. But also, I think it's worth noting, balancing that whilst maximising renewable energy generation of the site as well. Just to note, within the design access statement, the key and landscape and visual considerations are noted there, but I won't cover those. Now, with regards to peat, the principal approach to the design was avoiding where possible deeper areas of peat. So that was 0.5 metres in depth. To inform the design, there was phase 1 and phase 2 peat surveys that were undertaken across the site. So a phase 1 peat survey is peat probing. It's taken with 100 metre grid squares. And peat 2 surveys were undertaken at 10 metre intervals, but subsequently were varied with agreement with SEPA to increase to 20 metres, just because of the variability of peat depths across the site. And as you'll see within core document 7.8, the key design consideration, as I've stated already, was to avoid deeper pockets of peat, and in addition, not just turbines, but also other infrastructure. So, for example, the tracks, hard standings, substations and borrow pits as well. With regards to hydrology, the main design principle was applying a 50-metre buffer to all maps, water courses and water bodies across the site. This has been maintained in the whole, with the exception of the water course crossings, which were included as part of the EIARs, included within the description of development as well. In tandem with hydrology, during the phase 1 habitat surveys, which were undertaken by the ecologist who provided design input on the actual project, there were a number of groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems which were identified as part of the habitat surveys. Again, as part of the design principles that were taken into account as part of the design workshops, a number of adjustments were made to turbine locations to take account of the presence of GWDTEs, and in addition, and where possible, a 250-metre buffer has been included to avoid these assets for turbines and borrow pits, and 100 metres for other infrastructure such as tracks and trenches, and that's in accordance with SEPA guidance. In addition, following input from our ornithologist, there were constraints that were mapped in relation to protected species, notably black grouse, red-throated divers and golden eagle. So several areas of the site were identified as no-go during the early stage due to the prepared habitat for golden eagle. And again, these were mapped throughout each of the design iterations and outlined within the design and access statement. And just to give an example for that, if you go to image 2.5 of the design and access statement, you'll see that one of the penultimate designs that we landed on was removing turbines as a result of that ornithological buffer. In addition, there's corporate heritage assets within the sites. These are non-designated, but again, careful consideration was taken to avoid. With regards to residential properties, the closest properties are Connell and Largour, both of which are located over 2.5 kilometres from the closest turbines. And then finally, just turning to topography, you've been to the site, so I'm sure you've got an appreciation of the complex ground conditions at the site in terms of topography. So careful consideration was given to engineering considerations. So this included avoiding slope angles more than 14 degrees and thus reduced the need for significant cut and fill as part of construction works, and as well designing tracks to follow the contours of the site itself. And ultimately, we're to summarise all that within paragraph 2.50 of the design and access statement that resulted in a design of up to 13 turbines, which were carefully sited and designed to reflect the economic, technical and environmental sensitivities of the sites. I just thought it would be useful as well, just within Ms Anderson's hearing statement, she summarises the advice that was given to the council. It would be quite worthwhile just walking through some of the advice that was given and just from our perspective, some of the challenges that resulted in. So I would recommend having 7.8 Constraints Plan B up in front of you and taking an example for the advice of trying to resolve the overlapping of turbines 2, 8 and 10. So taking turbine 2, if you have the map in front of you, I can pause if you want to.
I have the hard copy here. If the council, I think, had said it had all the documents to hand. So, yeah, just carry on. Thank you.
So, with regards to the request to move, if you were to move it north, that would start to encroach within the 50-metre buffer of watercourse known as Altan Ari Micnic. If you were to move it east, you would see that that would then start encroaching the application red line boundary. So then there's limited opportunity to move due to oversale onto a third-party property. Within, this isn't shown, unfortunately, within the Core Doc 7.8, but if you're to move turbine to west, we would start to go within the areas of high risk, which ornithologists had recommended that we avoided. And if we moved the turbine further south, we would start encroaching within separation distances of T1. Within turbine 8, you'll see within the map there, there's peak ranging within that area of 20 centimetres up to 1.8 metres. So again, there's limited opportunity to move. There's limited opportunity to move T8 north-northwest due to another watercourse buffer, which leads into the draining of the loching known as Loch na Carr. And again, there's no opportunity to move the turbine south, again, due to advice that we'd received from our ornithologist with regards to golden eagle buffers. And then taking with that T10, again, this turbine is in an area with quite a variable ranging peak depths, so from 20 centimetres up to 1.9 centimetres. Again, we believe, and having gone through a number of the design iterations, that we've fully optimised the location of this turbine due to the peak depths. And then just taking Miss Anderson's request as well about reduction height of turbines. So again, I'll probably go to the hearing statement of Miss Anderson, which is core document 9.3, 8.7, whereby Miss Anderson makes a statement. I consider that the emission of a single turbine and the reposition reduction of height of 5 turbines is not much to ask given the constraints associated with this rather tight site. I think just sort of circling back to the sort of design objectives and taking the point about maximising the potential renewable energy production of the site. At the time last year when we received this advice, we of course modelled that request. We've updated the modelling, and this data is based on a meteorological mast that we have on site. So just to take, for example, a scenario whereby you reduce turbine 1 from 180 metres to, say, 150 metres in height, that would represent a reduction of 40% in annual energy production for that turbine alone. If you were to do the same for turbine 2, that would result in a 37.6% decrease in annual energy production for turbine 2. I think, sir, that's everything I would like to say under this agenda point.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful context. Are there matters that the council would wish to come back on? I realise there's a lot of technical constraints and I don't want to dwell on any of them, but I would like to give you the chance to respond to what's just been said.
Yes. Can I just come back? In terms of the applicant's count just given then on the design constraints, it's fully acknowledged by the council that there will be physical constraints on the site and they've had to be dealt with. However, it should also be kept in mind that the site itself, the selected site, is additionally constrained by the presence of a consented wind farm to the northeast, the Blairgower wind farm, and by an operational wind farm to the southwest. My opinion is that the site is fairly constrained in terms of its extent and in terms of some of the physical constraints, the peat, watercourses, slope gradient, etc. on the site. Landscape and visual obviously has to be considered in the mix, but I would say that in terms of the design approach, I don't think it goes far enough in addressing some of the major significant effects experienced to the west and east. So it's essentially the Dun-na-Quaich viewpoint, which in my mind is very important, and also views to the west from Dylavich, Lochavic, that general area where the wind farm proposal will be central to views from the more settled and more frequented part of Loch Awe. I don't think I can add much more than that to counter what the applicant has said. And I do accept that there have been a number of design iterations, but I would say that there has been improvement from the scoping layout. That's evident in the illustrative wire lines in the design and access statement. But I suspect that some of those early iterations were not particularly taking into account landscape and visual constraints. It was principally looking at economics, trying to get as many turbines on that site as possible, and also the physical constraints, dealing with those on the site. I think all I would say as conclusion is in paragraph 4.15 of Ms. Oxley's hearing statement, she notes that there are knock-on movements. Sorry, I'll let you get that, sir. So she notes that there would be knock-on movements required elsewhere in terms of rejigging the layout, and that these would undo the optimised layout. Now, I would just say that the applicant's notion of what forms an optimised layout, which will, of course, be influenced by economic considerations and also energy output, which equals economic considerations, is not agreed by the council. We do not consider that it is optimised in our view in terms of landscape and visual effects and what would be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. That paragraph reference just now, was that 4.15?
Yes, it was, sir.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Got that. Okay, that's been very helpful. Are there any other points to raise on this agenda item? Because otherwise I think we'll take a short break, and when we come back we'll be moving into looking at some of the specific viewpoints. Yeah, Ms. Oxley?
Just a couple of points in response to Ms. Anderson just now. I just wanted to provide reassurance that landscape and visual amenity constraints were very much top of the list right from the very outset of the project. And it's very typical, and indeed in this case we worked with the developer to come up with, you know, the very first layout. So the scoping layout, for example, will have been influenced by an understanding of landscape and visual constraints. We were very aware of the previous application of for the site, Ard Connell, and the fact that the viewpoint at Dalavik was a key consideration for that. And so it wasn't a case of coming in cold and not understanding what those key landscape and visual constraints were from the outset. We were very well versed on those. Similarly, we were very well versed on the importance of design relationship with Ansui and Blagower. Blagower was obviously developing in terms of its detailed design, but right from the outset, the relationship with Blagower and how it sits with that scheme in terms of being balanced and reflective of it in terms of design was important. And these matters are set out within the design and access statement, key sections being site design principles and constraints, which starts on page 7. Actually the page before, design strategy, which starts on page 6. And then under landscape and visual amenity, which starts on page 8. And there are a number of bullet points which set out key considerations. So top of page 7, sorry, bullets are not numbered. Maximise potential energy yields whilst ensuring cohesive and sensitive layout, which will be legible in key views in the surrounding area, including from the settlements of Dalavik, and so on. So just to provide reassurance that it wasn't a case of not thinking about landscape and visual at every stage. It was absolutely first and foremost in our mind from the very day we first started working on the project.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else then on this agenda item, I think we'll take a break. We'll take 15 minutes if that's okay with everyone. So that's returning at 11:50. We'll see everybody then. Thank you. Okay, I think that's everyone back. Welcome back to the Landscape and Visual hearing. We're now on agenda item 4, which is visual effects in De Lavich and the Loch Avich area. So under this agenda item, I'd like to explore the disagreement between parties regarding the design of the proposal as seen from locations in this area, the significance of visual effects at these locations, and the extent to which the proposal accords with relevant design guidance. So starting with viewpoint 2, which is at De Lavich Jetty, I'd like to understand, I understand that there's agreement that the proposal would have a significant adverse visual effect from this viewpoint, first of all, but the Council has a particular concern about Turbine 13, which it submits would appear as an outlier in terms of the surrounding topography. That's picked out at the hearing statement, paragraph 5.6, second bullet. And conversely, the applicant submits that the proposal appears balanced and coherent from this location, and that's stated in the hearing statement, paragraph 4.6. In relation to Turbine 13, the applicant submits this is more realistically depicted in the photo montage rather than the wireline, and that it has the same relationship with landform as other turbines. And that's hearing statement paragraph 5.13. And one of the factors highlighted is that the wireline has all blades in the vertical position. So that's just my brief summary of where I understand parties broadly are. But can I start by asking the Council, please, to outline its position on these matters in terms of viewpoint 2, and then I'll invite the applicant to respond.
So you mentioned paragraph 5.6 of my hearing statement in terms of viewpoint 2 from De Lavich. In respect of paragraph 5.6 of the hearing statement, bullet point 2, that addresses effects on the settlements of De Lavich and Inverayman. In terms of De Lavich, I do mention that turbine 13 would be noticeably more prominent in views, less the outlier aspect, which I feel is more evident in views from Loch Avich and the road up to it. Nonetheless, the emission of this particular turbine would reduce the horizontal extent of the wind farm, and that would have beneficial effects in terms of mitigating cumulative effects with Ansui and the application stage Eridine wind farm, should that be built. So that's a wider sort of view on that in terms of cumulative context. Turbine 13, well, I'll go back one stage actually. Ms. Oxley, in her previous evidence before the coffee break, noted that a design objective, which she mentioned was in line with the guidance in the capacity study, was to set the turbines behind the first ridge to screen the bases, and that reduces the sense of scale, the apparent scale of these very large turbines. However, that has been achieved in the majority of the turbines, and that's evident in the visualization from viewpoint 2, whether wireline or photomontage, but turbine 13 is not similarly screened at its base, and that is why I consider it would be more prominent in views. I think in Ms. Oxley's hearing statement, paragraph 5.13, she also acknowledges that turbine 13 has a lesser amount of screening by landform at its base. So I'm not alone in considering that. But I do dispute that this would not be evident in true views, as Ms. Oxley states in 5.17 of her hearing statement. And I also note that she doesn't address the comments I've made on reducing the horizontal extent of the wind farm. I think it's important to be considering cumulative effects in this situation, because the Blairgar wind farm, consented wind farm, is likely to be built. I have acknowledged in my evidence that I consider this proposal and Carr Dubh has similarities to that wind farm, and in some views it would appear as an extension to it. Mind you, I'd have to say it's rather a large extension. It's extending the horizontal spread of wind farm development, and large turbines at that, quite considerably on that ridge. And again, as I've mentioned before, coinciding with more frequented and settled parts of Loch Awe. I think that's probably all I would like to say, apart from one final point, which is about the cumulative wireframes. The wireframes in the EIA illustrate the extent of change likely to occur in that viewpoint 2, but the PLI visualizations don't, because they are narrower in their extent. But I've explained that in paragraph 6.6 of my hearing statement. And also I have noted that the viewpoint 2 is taken on the path up from the jetty and the beach, and you will know that from having read my hearing statement, that there would be much more open views from the shore.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have cumulative effects as a separate agenda item. I realise there's inevitably some overlap, so I had noted those points to specifically bring out later, but I mean, I don't want to unduly constrain the discussion as we go through, so it may well be that we cover some of those later points as we go.
So just for the sake of completeness, I wonder if I could ask Ms. Anson if she could just comment at this stage, just to get it out of the way. The suggestion that the wire lines are less accurate than, or rather the photo montage is more accurate in terms of how it would appear than the wire lines produced, and also the question of the depiction of turbine blades being in the upright position.
Yes. Well, I consider the comment on upright blades. I do think that's irrelevant, because I think the greater prominence is related to the tower and the screening of the base of the tower. That's what I'm concerned about. The other aspect in terms of the wire lines versus photo montage, unless there's been a huge error in the modelling, there shouldn't be any difference. The wire lines or the wire frames are perhaps a little bit cruder in that they're not showing sort of ground level vegetation. But in this respect, I cannot discern any difference between the two.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Can I invite the applicant now to respond to what's been said? Thank you.
Okay, taking the last point first. So our wire lines or photo montages are more realistic representation. I mean, the obvious thing is that wire lines don't show the, and Ms. Anderson just said this, don't show the pattern of the landscape. So the pattern of this landscape, for example, is very much dominated by the shape of the coniferous forests. That the contrast between the dark patches, the light patches, the colour and the movement in the landscape. the turbines shown on the wire lines are all shown in an upright position. That would never happen in reality. So you never get a circumstance where all the turbines would be seen in that arrangement. The reason Nature's got to ask us to do that is because in that arrangement they are at their tallest, and so when we're looking at numbers of tips and hubs or tips that would be seen, this is the maximum case scenario, but it's not a realistic scenario. And of course, most of the time the turbines will also be moving. So you're viewing a moving composition with blades at different points of the rotation, at random points of rotation all the way along. And that, of course, applies to both plug hour and to Carr Dubh. And it stops you getting that same sort of sense of turbines being stacked on top of one another, because with blades being at different angles, you don't see that in the same way. The other obvious point is the colour differential. Of course, you know, the red and the purple that we're seeing in these wire lines is not a realistic colour. We've seen less contrasting colours against the sky. Just to confirm the correct visualizations to be using, I am flicking between the two because those that accompanied the landscape and visual impact assessment showed greater context and a wider selection of cumulative projects. But in order that we're looking at the most up-to-date scenario for plug hour, that is the consented scheme, the correct figures to look at least for those viewpoints which are represented, are core document 7.6. And then there's core document 7.7, which includes some sequential views as well. So just so that we're all looking at the right thing. If you have that pack open, sir, 7.6, and go to viewpoint 2 at Dallavik. I just wanted to confirm that turbine 13 is sitting in front of the same foreground ridge. That's the break of slope, which I described. So we slope up from the lock, we have a break of slope. The landform then drops a little or climbs more gently. But beyond turbine 13, on that particular angle, much further beyond, is the gentle rise of the hill. So if you look very carefully at the wire line, you can see that we are sitting in front of that first horizon. It's not a case that T13 is dropping off the slope or spilling forwards or falling down to the lock. Some of these sort of concepts, these are, you know, we're not in that situation, and we're very much sitting with the guidance. Yes, of course, if you took the turbine that appears right-hand most in that image away, that would reduce the extent of the array. But the array as it is at the moment is balanced. There's a regular rhythm to it. So there are a series of turbines, 5 turbines, again deliberately, because 5 is a better number than 4. Odd number is a better number than an even number, as the design guidance told us. I think I read that paragraph out. So there's this regular rhythm with these 5 turbines that are seen more in the foreground, and then the turbines that sit behind them. There's regular spacing of those 5 turbines. Again, those turbines that sit behind are a little bit more irregular in terms of the way they're spaced, but they are spaced. They're all spaced out, and there is this regular rhythm. The design looks tidy. I know I almost feel this is sometimes talking like, you know, arranging flowers or something, but these kind of aesthetics are the sort of things that we're trying to look at when we're thinking about how these arrays look. It also looks very balanced compared with against plug hour. So the extent of the array is similar, the size of the turbines is similar, their arrangement in terms of spacing is similar. Their position on that skyline is similar. It looks like one wind farm, leaving aside the colour differential that's just shown in the wireline. So that there is no good underlying reason to remove turbine 13. And indeed, when we experimented with doing that, we found it created problems elsewhere because it created a gap in the array, as seen from elsewhere, which then meant that those layouts weren't as optimized as there should be. So, you know, this, as far as I see it, is a good design. It's balanced. It's regular. There's rhythm to it. It holds, so if you move a little bit up and down the shore and move out into the loch, as that arrangement broadly stays because you're moving around within a relatively small area. I think that's the key points in terms of this particular array, and I think we talk more about Ansui when we come to discuss the cumulative effects. But there is a gap between Carr Dubh and Ansui, and that was deliberate.
So can I just ask Ms. Oxley one matter? When she described the turbine 13 being on front of the breaker slope, could she actually describe where it sits relative? Is it closer to the loch or behind the ridge or the breaker slope as you described it? Because I think some people might construe what you said to be being on the front would mean it's the loch side of the breaker slope.
So the position of the turbines is shown on the site constraints plan. So that's figure 2.1.1b. Turbine 13, you can see on that plan, is the westernmost turbine. Sits just behind or just to the south of turbine 12. The loch is up to the northwest. The break of slope, again, it's quite hard. The break of slope is probably marked actually by the forest, or by the application boundary, because you can see where the contours are close together and then when they start to base. So it's not quite the forest, it's sort of running northeast to southwest across the site, so you can see where that break of slope is. And turbine 13 is pushed back from that break of slope, which effectively is the skyline ridge that we're seeing, and it's set just as far back from the loch as the other turbines. It's not spilling down, falling off into the loch. These kind of issues that we talked about. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. Therefore, the base is not visible.
And the base, yes, the base isn't visible because it's sitting behind this break of slope which forms the horizon.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything, Ms. Anderson, that you'd like to come back on before we move on to the next viewpoint?
So just to briefly summarise, in my opinion, turbine 13 is more prominent. It will be more prominent because a greater vertical extent of the tower, will be visible. I also consider that Ms. Oxley's explanation of design, while useful in parts, it is not necessarily useful to talk about numbers of turbines. She talks about the 5 turbines that has been specifically designed. So it's a design principle. Odd numbers often sit better in landscapes and in other design contexts. But however, I think you can't get away from the fact that this proposal will be seen as extending a consented wind farm. So it has to be considered in the context of Blair Gower. And whether there are 5 turbines there or 4, it it does not matter in terms of that design principle of odd numbers, because it will be seen abutting a wind farm which is probably going to get built.
Okay, thank you. Any other points in relation to viewpoint 2? Otherwise, I think we'll move on now. Yes, Miss Oxley.
My colleagues just drawn my attention to the very useful topography plan that's image 2.1 site topography in the design and access statement. That's on page 4 of that document. And although it's quite difficult to read the contours in the site constraints map that I took you to, you can very clearly see the edge of the break of slope on that plan. You'll have to read across to a plan that shows the distribution of the turbines, but that northeast southwest ridge line skyline that I was drawing your attention to is clearly picked out by the transition between the yellow and the purple colour on that drawing.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other point, again, this strays more into matters of cumulative, but the way that Carr Dubh would look from Dallebeck is not dissimilar in terms of the way that Blackgower looks. You know, it's balanced in terms of the size and the scale. The two could read together as if they were one.
Okay, thank you. I have been to the top of the track that's a bit to the west of turbine 13 and 12, so I have a reasonable appreciation of the topography in that location, looking towards those turbines. Yeah, thank you for drawing that plan to my attention. I think then we'll move on to the next agenda item. We're on 4B, which is viewpoint 5. So this viewpoint is located on the minor road north of Dallebeck. Again, just to sort of briefly summarise where I think things are before I invite comments. I believe parties agree there would be a significant adverse visual effect from this location, and I understand the council considers the overlapping of turbines 2, 8 and 10 would give a cluttered appearance from this viewpoint. Again, that's hearing statement, paragraph 5.6, first bullet. The applicant's position is essentially that views from this location would be fleeting and at an oblique angle, with stacking only apparent for a short section of roads. Got a reference hearing statement, paragraph 4.10. The applicants also submitted wirelines from sequential viewpoints C and D from nearby sections of road for comparison, which is core document 7.7. The applicant argues that viewers will not typically be static and suggests that this viewpoint is less sensitive than others. And that's hearing statement paragraphs 4.8 and 5.19. And again, the applicant suggests the photomontages provide the most accurate representation, paragraph 5.20. I think this time I'll ask the applicant to go first to outline its position on this viewpoint, and then I'll ask the council to respond. Thank you.
Okay, again, using the figures that are the updated PLI figures. So that is PLI figure 6.2.5A, which I've got open at the moment. I don't know if you've been to this viewpoint, sir, but the key thing is that it represents a relatively short section of road where, if you're driving from the northwest, the road comes through trees, and then for a short period, some of the trees have been felled and it's a bit more open, although the view is now increasingly becoming more filtered as trees are starting to grow. And there is there's no lay-by, there's no place to stop. The only way that you can get to this location is to either park up elsewhere and walk to it, but it's very much a transitory view. It's one of various locations along that road where you could stop. So those viewpoints C and D were two other random locations, one a little bit further up the road, one a little bit further down the road. But this is what I would call a viewpoint that it's not key, in that the design of the exact design of the wind farm as it would appear from this location is more arbitrary, because the sequence of views will change as you walk, cycle, or drive down or up the road. So yes, where this photograph was taken, there is some stacking apparent. But if you go a little bit further up the road or a little bit further down the road, then that stacking starts to move apart. And you don't have to move very much really to start to experience that change. It really is, absolutely a transitory view, and a view that's actually quite difficult to find now because of the growth of the trees.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything further, or is that you finished on that for the moment?
Again, I suppose it's worth just noting how it reads with Blug Hour. Again, this sort of design arrangement of turbines seen on the ridge along the skyline, similar size, balanced in terms of extent and general position within the landscape.
Okay, thank you. I have been to this viewpoint. I think I've probably been to all the viewpoints that we're discussing today. Can I invite the council to respond then at this point, and then if there's any further points to draw out, we can come back to the applicant.
Okay, I think I did mention, sir, about the importance of these rare open views that you get from the road that is aligned on the west of Loch Orr, because it is generally wooded. I have accepted that in my evidence. I don't consider this to be a particularly fleeting view. I think when these open views occur, views of the loch can be quite startling. It's suddenly revealed, and I have noted people stopping there, particularly cyclists, because there is a slight hill and you're going quite slowly up there. I would also say there isn't a formal stopping point, but the road is very quiet, and I have observed people stopping there. So I think it's more than a transitory or fleeting view. I do accept, and I have said that in my evidence earlier this morning, that it's not possible to avoid stacking or overlapping of turbines in all viewpoints. I would accept that this particular viewpoint is perhaps slightly less sensitive than the very important viewpoint 4, which we will come on to later at within the Inverary Castle GDL. But it is, I'd just like to point out that, and I have done this in my hearing statement, that it is the same turbines, essentially 2, 8, 10, particularly 2 and 8, which are problematic both sides of the ridge, i.e. from this viewpoint, and then also from views from Dunquake and at the other side of the ridge. That's all I have to say on that matter.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant want to say anything further?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that this is an important, an example of where the photomontage is perhaps more useful than the wireline, because as Anderson referred to these key stopping places where you get views of the loch. And you don't, of course, get a view of the loch from this location. You're looking out across the tops of the trees. So figure 6.2.5a shows what you'll see. The top image is the baseline photograph. Shows you looking out across the top of the trees, whereas the Y line suggests that you'd have a view of the loch. You can also see Anne Suey within that baseline view, and that gives a feel for how these pale coloured turbines read against a view of the sky.
Can I just say you do get a view of the loch from that viewpoint, and that is evident on on figure 6.2.5b.
Just bear with me a second while I find that one. Seems to be missing in my hard copy. I'm not sure if it might have fallen out.
But there isn't a 6.2.5b because we're looking across at the...
Oh, apologies, sir. I'm meaning the EIA visualizations.
That's fine. I have those as well.
I'll find the CD number for you.
Yeah, I do have the hard copy of the original visualizations, so I can access that in just a second. Okay, I have that now. Thank you.
I'll change that to, am I muted? No. I'll change that to, you don't have a view of the loch when you're looking across to the proposed development. If you turn to the right and look further down the road, then yes, there is a glimpse of the loch. Miss Anderson is correct there. Yeah, behind the coniferous plantation.
Okay, thank you. Any other points either party wants to come back on in terms of this viewpoint? Otherwise, I'll just move this hard copy out of the way and then we'll move on. Okay, in that case, we are now on 4C on the agenda, which is viewpoints 11 and 13. Take these together, they're both locations at Loch Awych. Again, I believe there's agreement on significant visual effects, although in the case of viewpoint 13, these would only occur in the event of forestry removal. I understand the council's again concerned in particular about turbine 13 as seen from these locations, as it considered this would significantly increase the horizontal extent of the proposal and the magnitude of effect. That's hearing statement paragraph 2.1, first bullet. On the other hand, the applicant submits that the proposal would be well screened from these locations with only 2 turbines visible. That's hearing statement paragraph 5.9. We can consider the potential impact of forest felling in a moment and the extent to which these viewpoints can be relied on to represent views from the Loch Awych area more widely. In the first instance, I'd just like to consider the specific viewpoints as presented based on the existing forestry cover, just to understand if there's any disagreement regarding that scenario. I should say that I'm aware from my site inspections a few weeks ago that there has already been some felling in this area, but at the time of my visit, it didn't appear to me to reveal more turbines than indicated in the photomontages, as it wasn't on the skyline. So can I invite, first of all, the council, please, to outline its concerns in relation to these two viewpoints?
I would say in terms of the viewpoint 11, which is closer to the development and east of Loch Avic House, it's approximately 8 kilometres from the proposal. In that view, and I am looking at the figure for viewpoint 11. The Loch Avic forms the focus of the view, and it's contained by these small rolling hills, which are largely wooded, as you can see in the baseline photograph. These hills at this particular location, this is one of the first views you get when you're when the road is aligned close to Loch Avic. Again, it's quite wooded, similarly to the Loch Awe area, but where these gaps occur, it has pretty special views. In this instance, at viewpoint 11, your eye is drawn to the hills that contain Loch Awe, and they're drawn because there is a gap where Glen Avic occurs. You can see on that baseline photograph there's a dip point, and Turbine 13 in particular would be seen at the end of that focus. Your eye is drawn along the water. That's a common thing that occurs as you're looking down the length of the loch quite often, but your eye is drawn to the distant uplands, and Turbine 13 would be particularly prominent in that view. I accept that once you get round to viewpoint 13, which is a bit further away, the woodland would, the present woodland would screen much of the wind farm, and you'll just see the two turbines sort of peeking out in the gap to the right of that wooded knoll. But I think particularly viewpoint 11 and the views from the road as it traverses Glen Avic, which you're going to address in point D of your questions, sir, which I won't stray into. But I think that particular viewpoint, viewpoint 11, is problematic. Loch Avic has at present a very sort of attractive and little developed character. That will change as the Blair Gower wind farm is constructed, but less so from viewpoint 11. It will change more sort of further up the loch towards the head of the loch, around viewpoint 13. But it is pretty special in this area. Views of the proposal and Blair Gower will also change depending on where you are. If you're on the loch, I've observed fishermen mainly on that loch, but also occasional kayakers. That was one of your questions, I think, was about access to the loch and views from the loch. I don't think it's particularly well used, but there are occasional watercraft on that loch. In the vicinity of viewpoint 11, you would principally see this proposal and not Blair Gower, but the further out into the centre of the loch and further to the head of the loch that you are, you would see Blair Gower as well as this proposal. And I should say that the Ansui wind farm is already visible from the area of Loch Avic. You've probably noticed that if you've been up there. But because the turbines are 78 metres high, although they are prominently sited, they are partially screened by landform and woodland, and they would not exert as strong an influence on views as this proposal and indeed Blairgower wind farm would. But my concern principally is the sort of stray aspect of turbine 13, which creeps into those views closer to the outlet to Glen Avic. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I invite the applicant to respond on that then, please? Thank you.
Okay, so a few points. There are obviously two locations. One's down near the lock side at a bit of a lay-by. One is up the hill a little bit further. That's 11 down at the water's edge and 13 up the hill. This is very much a landscape which is characterised by the commercial forests, which, as you have seen, sir, are currently changing. But all around, on all sides, this is a landscape which feels very much altered by man. The big characterising factor is these commercial forests. As Anderson notes, you can see Ansui Wind Farm, and you would see two turbines from Carr Dubh. I would not support the fact that these would be a dominant feature. I also don't think they're in a particularly focal point of the view. That the lock and its character is all of, it's very much about the all-around view. There isn't a particular feature in that direction which really draws the eye. There's a slight hill on the horizon, but it's not it's not a distinctive mountain. It's not a stack poly, let's say, or a Matterhorn type view that draws the eye. The fact that you can already see wind turbines on that horizon, and will see further wind turbines on that horizon with Blairgower in the view, reinforces that characteristic. I wouldn't say, well, it's not my position that the composition is important here, because we would only see two turbines anyway, and there isn't a composition to be had amongst two turbines. And it isn't a particularly distinctive part of the view. You have to work quite hard to find this viewpoint. We spent a long time on site trying to find a place where you would get a glimpse of these turbines, because if you move a little bit further right, or you move a little bit further left, you're into trees. There's a jetty, for example, a bit further along. You don't get the views from there. And if you go a little bit further in the opposite direction, which I think is where it looks as though fishermen occasionally stop, again, you don't get that same view from there. So I think my key points are that, the composition is less important here, given what we're seeing. The landscape is very characterised by the coniferous forestry. That really is the defining feature of this landscape, with those existing occasional views of turbines. And I think there's been overemphasis on the importance of this view. There may be occasional people in boats on this lock, but certainly I've been there quite a number of times, and I've never seen boaters on this lock, so I don't think it is particularly important for kayaking. There isn't a place you can go, so it would be casual, I suppose, occasional. And that's probably all I've got to say about this viewpoint.
Okay, thank you. Just to staying with these viewpoints, but just turning to forest felling and the potential implications of that. The EIAR indicates that the view from viewpoint 13 may become more open in future due to forest felling, and that would increase the significance of effect. That's chapter 6 of the EIA table 6.30. And the applicant's hearing statement also refers to forest felling on the southern slopes of Tom and Tyger. That's paragraph 5.10. which from my review of OS map is on the north side of the loch. And so it appeared to me it might most affect views from viewpoint 11 rather than 13. But I just wondered if the applicant would like to say anything more about its understanding of likely forest felling and what implications that would have on these viewpoint locations.
Starting with viewpoint 13, at the moment, well, the baseline effectively for this view is the view of Lagar looking out across through the gap in the hills, and that obviously wouldn't be altered by a change to forest because there isn't forest blocking the view there. If there was felling, and at some point during the commercial cycle of the forest, there will be, if there was felling, then Carr Dubh would also become visible, probably in part because the coops that are felled tend to be relatively small and then they regrow and then another gets felled. So it tends to be this kind of mosaic of felling that you get. If it was to be felled, then Carr Dubh would also become visible or partly visible in the same way as the consented Lagar will be. Just looking at the arrangement, again, it's balanced. The turbines will look a similar sort of size. They're occupying the same part of the horizon. Essentially, this will read as one wind farm, depending on how much felling occurs. There are forest design plans available on Forestry and Land Scotland. I referred to one within my hearing statement. I didn't lodge it as a core document, but there are forest design plans. They show the different felling coops. They show that's areas of woodland. They show at what point they plan on felling them, and then there's another series of plans which show when they'll be restocked. So it's a crop, you know, things will change. With trees, it's 20 or perhaps 30 to 50 year growing cycle. But once those trees are taken away and replanted, usually within 5 to 8 or 10 years, those trees will be above head height and will start to reduce those views again. And you know that whole cycle will reoccur. So the felling on the hill that's visible from 2013 is scheduled to occur between 2041 and 2055. At the moment, forest design plans are reviewed every 10 years or so and have to be adjusted. So if there's a big storm event, for example, that may mean felling might happen sooner, or if the trees aren't growing well, then felling may happen later. But that's currently what is scheduled for the trees on that promontory as seen from viewpoint 13. You will have been to the site more recently than me in terms of the changes that are affecting viewpoint 11. That certainly when I last visited, the felling that had happened to date hadn't altered the visibility to a significant degree. It may open up more as that felling progresses. But again, it will be restocked and it will start to fill in again as trees start to grow.
Okay, excuse me, thank you. Would the council like to respond to anything that's been said in terms of forestry?
The only point that I would make about forestry is that Ms. Oxley, she seems to be on a mission to denigrate the landscape around Loch Avech by saying it's defined by commercial forestry. That is not correct. One of the defining features is the loch itself. And the forestry in that area is actually pretty mixed. A lot of it is productive forestry, but there's also some broadleaf woodland, and there is a mix of commercial species. It is generally well related to landform, and I feel it is more diverse than perhaps she is letting on.
Okay, thank you. Any other points in terms of forestry before we move on? I think my third point under 4C we've probably already covered in terms of the potential for experience of views from the waters of Loch Avych. So maybe just confirm if there's anything else that parties would like to say on that point before we move on. No, okay. In that case, I think we'll move on to 4D, which is the road.
Sorry, just in terms, sorry, I was muted. Just in terms of views from the lochs, I mean, the same will apply to Loch Orr, but as a canoeist myself, you'll always hug the shore where you get shelter from the wind. So you'll tend to be up against the shore, up against the woodland edge. And if you're at Loch Avych, for example, if you're beyond more than probably a third of the way south into the loch, you won't see turbines on that distant horizon to the southeast, because your skyline will be formed by the forest that runs along the southern edge of the loch. But I think it's a general point that, you know, the composition will change depending on where you are. But as someone in a kayak, you tend to be fairly close to the edge, up against those woodlands.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do have the ZTV for viewpoint 11 in front of me, and I can see the extent of visibility across the loch in terms of the southern shore not having visibility. So I've noted that as well. Unless there's anything else on that topic, we'll move on to 4D. I think I've inferred the answer. I did have just a query in relation to this one that I'd seen in the Council's hearing statement, and it's been mentioned today, reference to Glen Avych, which I haven't seen that name used, but I'm assuming that it's referring to the stretch between Loch Avych and Loch Awe, and that stretch where the river goes down there, and there's a section of roads, which is really what we're coming on to talk about in terms of the sequential viewpoints A and B that have been submitted. So the Council's hearing statement, again, just to summarise matters, submits that the proposal would be particularly prominent from the roads to the north of the River Avych as scenic elevated views are revealed. That's paragraph 5.6, fourth bullet, with turbine 13 again being particularly prominent. And the applicant states that there's a transitory point on this road where there are elevated and open views. However, woodland regeneration will limit these views in time. That's hearing statement paragraph 5.9. So it might be helpful that I'll get open the sequential viewpoints A and B in a second, and I'd like to invite the applicant to start on this one. Please just outline its position on views from this road.
Okay, so as you leave viewpoint 11, you climb up through the woodland and the forest, and you go through quite a long stretch where you don't have any views at all because of that woodland, obviously changing a bit because of some of the felling that's happening. You climb up onto the hill, and and then the road is travelling broadly west to east. You pass through various locations where you get glimpsed views looking out to the east. Initially, the hillside to your north partially blocks views and would partially screen Blairgower, but as you come round the hill, it opens out, at which point you get a full view of Blairgower, and you would also have a view of Carr Dubh. So you'd see both along the horizon. So that would be when you got to point B, for example. But again, what I would note is this road isn't a road where there are stopping places or promoted viewpoints. It's very much a view that's experienced as you cycle or drive along it. It's a changing sequence of views. And over the many years that I've been going here, it's changed quite a lot in terms of its vegetation, and there is quite a lot of new vegetation growing up to the south of that road, which means it's getting more difficult now to see those views. It's mainly native birch type woodland, and it's maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 meters high or so now, and that is a changing situation. But undoubtedly there will be some points on that road where you'll see both of the wind farms looking out to the east as part of a sequential view that changes as you move along.
Okay, thank you. Can I invite the council to respond, please?
I'm in agreement in terms of Ms. Oxley's description of that road. Views are channelled down the glen, particularly when on the descent towards Loch Orr, and your focus is the ridge line of the hills that contain Loch Orr and the loch itself, which have a very sort of focused and funneled view if you're driving or cycling. I think both turbines 12 and 13 appear detached from the main grouping of turbines in quite a few of the open views that you do get from that Glen Road. And it is very useful to have the wireline visualizations. They were not produced in the EIA. So although it was surmised that there would be focal views of that wind farm when I did my appraisal way back in whenever it was, it's useful to actually confirm the numbers of turbines and the extent of visibility. I think particularly there's no getting away from it that there would be a significant effect, and particularly a combined significant effect with Blairgower and also with Ansui. In my view, the removal of turbine 13 would help widen the gap with Ansui and reduce the horizontal extent of the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that the applicant would like to come back on in terms of what's just been said before we move on?
Yes, I'll just make a couple of points. So my experience of walking or cycling along this road isn't that the view is focused by Glen Avic. I mean, by the Glen Avic. You get, when you get a view, it's quite an open view, and you see the whole context of the landscape. So you'd see Blairgower, you'd see Carr Dubh, and you see Ansui. It is an open horizon as opposed to a focused view. And I'm looking again at turbine 13, and I don't see that as being disassociated from the group. It's the same separation from turbine 12 to the turbine that's the next one along. Sorry, I've not got the numbers in front of me, but the spaces between those turbines or those group of turbines are strongly rhythmical. They're broadly the same. Turbine 13 isn't reading in either of those wireline views as an outlier. It's merely the right-hand most of the turbines. And you could always take off the turbine at either end. Ultimately, you'd end up with a smaller project that would generate less energy. But what I'm struggling to understand here is why that turbine is particularly offensive in terms of the composition, because to my reading of it, it works well as a composition. It's an important balance point. It means you have 5 in your arrangement instead of 4. It's not more widely spaced or sitting at a different point on the hill. So my position is that from a design perspective, that works well.
Okay, thank
Could
you.
I maybe come back on that?
Yes, of course.
I mentioned that we didn't have wire lines from this route in the EIA. The grounds for objection specifically mentioned viewpoint 11 in terms of turbine 13 in respect of its apparent dislocation, but also its prominence in terms of that viewpoint. I would agree it doesn't appear particularly dislocated on its own, but I think both 12 and 13, now having seen these wire lines, are problematic because they significantly increase the extent of this development closer to Ansui. And also the final point I would make is I think Ms. Oxley was suggesting that it isn't a focused view. I think viewpoint AA is, but viewpoint B, I would agree with her, it is more open because you're seeing much more of the ridgeline. But certainly with viewpoint A, which is from memory closer to the top of the glen, that's your initial view if you're travelling towards Loch Orr. And you can see actually in the wire line that you've got a sort of notch view almost of Loch Orr, which is framed by the landform either side of the landform of the glen. But I do accept what she's saying about viewpoint B. That is a much broader view.
Okay, thank you. Any other points on this before we move on? I'm conscious it's getting towards a potential good time to stop for lunch. It's nearly 1 o'clock, and the next item on the agenda is viewpoint 4, which may be one that there's quite a bit of discussion on. So I'm wondering if we might break now and then return to take item 5, which is viewpoint 4, if parties are happy with that. Yep. Okay. So it's just coming up for 5 to 1. I think if we just resume at 2 o'clock for simplicity, if everyone's happy with that, see everyone back at 2. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. Welcome back to this landscape and visual hearing on the Carr Dubh wind farm. We left off at agenda item 5, which is visual effects from Dún which is viewpoint 4. So that is a folly within the Inverary Castle garden and design landscape, and the parties agree that there would be significant adverse visual effects. The key matters in dispute are the overlapping of turbines 2 and 8 and the prominence of turbines 1 and 2. The Council considers these factors contribute to the magnitude of effect at what is a highly sensitive viewpoint. That's set out at its hearing statement, paragraph 5.6, final bullet. The applicant argues the view towards the proposal is a less important direction of view from the viewpoint, and the design has been optimised as far as possible given site constraints. And that's set out at its hearing statement, paragraphs 5.22 and 5.23. So again, that's a brief summary of where I see the main points of disagreement. Can I invite the Council, please, to outline its concerns in relation to this viewpoint, and then I'll invite the applicant to respond. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I consider this as one of the most important viewpoints in the study area. It lies in the GDL, Inverary Castle, and it is particularly well used. It's promoted and accessed by many walkers. I would say that I agree with the LVIA. I think it's very fair. That's in CD 1.8. It concludes that effects from this viewpoint would be major and significant, so it's the highest severity of effect. In table 6.21 of the LVIA, it does state that the stacking or overlap of turbines, it mentions that as a contributing factor in terms of the magnitude of effects. And the sensitivity of this particular viewpoint is judged to be high, which I also agree with, despite the wind farm lying away from the key focus of the view. And I do acknowledge in my evidence that the key focus of the view is over the core of the designed landscape, the immediate grounds of the castle, down Loch Orr. However, I still think that the arc of hills and the general setting to the viewpoint is an important part of the experience of people that access that folly. It provides the wider setting to the GDL, and people do not just look in one direction, they look right around. You can get 360 panoramic views from that viewpoint. I would consider if the viewpoint had perhaps the sensitivity of the viewpoint had been considered to be, or the susceptibility of the viewpoint had been considered to be less than high because it didn't lie in the focus of the view, then it would be said so. They would have said so in the LVIA. That's not the case. I think it is acknowledged in the LVIA that it is an important viewpoint. You had asked, sir, in your questions about accordance with design guidance. Do you want some commentary on that?
Yes, I'm happy to take comments on that. Thank you.
I would just say that I don't consider that it accords, the design accords with the Nature Scott guidance on siting and designing wind farms in terms of the overlap and prominence of wind turbines seen from an important viewpoint. This relates to the guidance in paragraph 3.28 of that guidance, which advises that skylines require careful attention. I think that this particular viewpoint merited a more careful approach to the design of the turbines than has been undertaken by the applicant. I think it will be prominent. That's reflected in the major significant impact that we both agree on. I think the only final point that I will say on this matter is earlier today, Ms. Oxley mentioned that she was talking through the design process, and she mentioned that she selected important viewpoints to test the wind farm design so that it looked its best, and I'm quoting, looked its best. I would suggest that viewpoint 4 is one of the most important views in the study area, and I certainly do not think it looks its best from this viewpoint.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I invite the applicant now to respond to what's been said? Thank you.
Okay, firstly, I think it's useful to refer to the design and access statement, page 22, where you see a sequence of 5 wireframes showing how the scheme evolved when looking at this viewpoint. So it was considered as a key viewpoint. You can see at the top where we started from, and on layout 5 on the following page, page 23, you can see where we ended up. So you can see from that a key objective was to reduce the impact from this location. Of particular importance, for example, was pulling the development back from the higher points so that it favoured the lower point on the hill. That was part of the guidance in the capacity study. So choose lower locations on the skyline so that it wasn't it wasn't in the location which is, I suppose, more of a focal point where the hills are a bit higher at the edges. It was reduced considerably in terms of the number of turbines that would be seen. The turbines were set lower. We worked hard to make sure it worked alongside Blaugau rather than there being an obvious gap. And then the turbines being seen as a new development beyond it. In image 2, layout 2, for example, the outlier that was on the other side of the hill was removed. So you can see that there has been considerable attention and considerable progress made in terms of the layout from this location. It was a key viewpoint, again, from the outset. But that was also framed in recognition of the fact that it wouldn't be possible to take away the views from this location, because if you take the turbines away from this location, you would have to push them closer to Loch Awe, and the impacts to the west over on the skyline seen above Loch Awe would have been much more prominent. So it was a case of trying to find the sweet spot, the balance between those views from the east and the views from the west, so that neither was too dominant. And so again, we've got this kind of key balance here. The only way to address that issue would be to take all the turbines away, and then there would be no scheme. So it's about finding this balance. Certainly acknowledge that the turbines do look more irregular, but they are in that general low-lying area of the skyline, and they relate well with Carr Dubh. So if you look at PLI figure 6.2.4F, 6.2.4F, which is the 53.5 degree photo montage from this view, and also shows La Gare, you can see that this scheme reads as one project, a wind farm over the ridgeline, in views beyond what essentially is this working forested landscape in the foreground. So I guess that moves me on to the views from the folly. So I acknowledge and recognise that this is a location that walkers go up to appreciate the view, and that from this location you can see a full panoramic 360-degree view. As you pop up, you look east broadly, and then southwest. The key view, I need a map in front of me to get the directions right, but the key view is most definitely that view looking down southwest, down Loch Awe. It really, really draws your eye. There are a couple of seats up there. They're both orientated to take in that view. It's spectacular. Your eye is drawn, and it's very beautiful. And it looks out over across the garden and designed landscape, which sits immediately to its south. So that's an important view. But the view to the west, looking across the working forested landscape that is now crossed by a major overhead line, which again you can see in the photo montage, and has very large areas of felled conifer forest. It's very geometric, very much man-made, would already be influenced by Blackgar. To the north would be influenced also by Ladyfield, is not an important view in that same way. And, given you can experience a 360-degree view from that location, the fact that you can experience, the important parts of the view, looking south down the loch and to a degree up the loch as well, because both draw your eye, it's less important than if this was affecting a key view in that way, essentially. Yes, Rod? I think that's me for now.
I'll maybe just interject, just to say, I think both Ms Anderson and Ms Ockley mentioned Loch Awe. I think you both meant Loch Fyne in terms of the key view from there, but that's fine. I suppose I wondered if the applicant just wanted to come back on the point that Ms Anderson raised about design guidance in the context of this viewpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the fact that it adheres with the guidance in the capacity study around the simpler part of the horizon and the lower part of the horizon. So that's actually more direct applicable guidance than within siting and designing wind farms in the landscape. As Anderson referred to the importance of the skyline, but my position is that this isn't a particularly important skyline. Yes, it's a skyline that's seen from the folly. It's not actually seen from the garden and design landscape, because when you're lower down within the garden and design landscape, you don't see this far. There's topography and woodland in the foreground that forms the sort of setting to the garden and to designed landscape. But this isn't a skyline where there are very prominent focal features, where your eye is particularly drawn, where there's a Schehallien, something that really takes your eye. It will be a skyline which already has wind turbines along it, and it's a working landscape. That's what we're looking across. So it won't be particularly surprising to have further turbines on it, and those will associate with the consented scheme. So, in many respects, it conforms with the guidance. And it's also a lot, it's a large scale landscape, and you can see that with these very large scale patterns of geometric forest as well. These turbines don't look at odds with the scale of the landscape in this view, and that would be another consideration.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything the council would like to come back on in response, or before we move on from this viewpoint?
Just quickly, there seems to me to be a bit of retraction from what is said in the LVIA. Working landscape is stressed, forestry again stressed, the overhead line. I've addressed the overhead line in my evidence, which you no doubt will have read, sir. I think it's not quite the same visual effect, not in the same category. I think the council's objection does not relate to effects on the GDL and its integrity. So mentioning views from the GDL doesn't or shouldn't affect the importance of this viewpoint, which is in the GDL, and that's why it is of high sensitivity. And just finally, I think I also mentioned in my hearing statement about the tension that exists east and west on the ridge. And I think this is an indication of the relative narrowness of the ridge, the confinement of the site, and, puts in mind the fact that we're putting very large, there are very large turbines proposed here, and that tension maybe cannot be resolved unless some reduction in height as well as positioning is thoroughly considered. I think that's all I have to say on that matter.
Thank you. Any last comments from the applicant?
Just on the point of height reduction, again, that is something that we looked at quite carefully, and we don't consider it would make a significant difference to the impact from that location. 30-metre reduction in height wouldn't really alter the composition. There would be a very slight finessing of position of hubs, but obviously that would be offset by considerable losses in production. So it was something that was looked at and carefully considered, but the benefits weren't considered to be strong enough.
Can I just make one response to that? The council did not see any of the workings out, as it were, post our comments. And I understand that my report went to the applicant prior to the committee making the decision. So we didn't see any example visualizations showing a reduction in height of the turbines and what effect it would be. So I would suggest that the applicant's view on what benefits there might be would inevitably be also taking into account economics and production, not just landscape and visual.
Okay, thank you. I've noted all that. Are there any further points on this viewpoint before we move on?
Just to say that I know the party to it, but there was a working meeting with the council between the applicant and the council, and they were shown through a PowerPoint slideshow. They were showing lots of different options with turbines removed, turbines reduced in height, and so on. So it was shared with the council. At the time, it was discussed with them.
Well, I stand corrected on that, if that is the case, and if that did occur post my appraisal of the application. I wasn't aware of that.
Okay,
It did
thank you.
post your appraisal. I can't give you the exact date, but someone will have a note of that somewhere.
Okay, I think we'll move on to the next item if everybody's content with that. So that is item 6. So it's a few other locations where significant visual effects have been identified. The first of these at point A is viewpoint 7, which is Inverrinen. So there's agreement on significant adverse visual effects from the settlement here, represented by that viewpoint. I don't really have any particular questions in relation to this viewpoint. I'd just like to ask parties if they have any comments that they want to make in relation to views or the design, having read one another's hearing statements. So I'll just invite any party to speak up if they do have something to raise.
I have nothing to raise, sir.
I just wanted to note that you don't get a view from the settlement itself. You have to climb up above it onto the core path. It's quite difficult to find a location with a view. You'll have been yourself and visited it, so you'll have experienced that on site. But again, to comment that the design relationship with Blagar is compatible, regular sizing essentially. Blagar is obviously more visible from this location, and Carr Dubh looks, it looks well designed in relation to Carr Dubh from this location.
Thank you. Does the council want to respond to anything, or shall we move on?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In which case, we move on to 6B, that's viewpoint 9 at Kilmaha. Again, there's agreement on significant adverse visual effects from this viewpoint, which is on the minor road west of Lochall. It's around 5.5 kilometres south of Delavich. Again, I don't have any specific questions on this, so I'll throw it open to parties to raise anything. We'll come on in a moment to the other location that's mentioned, the tall trees, but just sticking for the moment with viewpoint 9.
I don't have any comments, sir.
And in terms of my comments, same applies really. It works well with Blagar, reads as an extension, looks compatible and reasonably well designed from this location. I will note that this viewpoint, I haven't been back to it very recently, is surrounded by commercial forest, and it was growing at a rate of knots. I think there was a bit of a clearing that still allowed you to have a view, but it feels like a viewpoint that's disappearing unless forest clearance is undertaken quite soon.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, I did note some change on my visit compared to whenever the photo montages were taken. Just moving on then to the next point, which is that the council has suggested in its hearing statement that there's potential for similar and more open views near the Tall Trees Trail car park, which is around 3 kilometres south of Delavich. So that's mentioned in paragraph 5.6 of the council's hearing statement, the first bullet. So the car park and also sections of the trail itself. So I'd just like to give the applicant a chance to respond to that point.
In terms of the Tall Trees Trail?
Yes, just if you want to comment on what's been said in the council's hearing statement.
Yeah, I mean, generally the views are quite screened because, as its name suggests, it's in amongst the trees. It sits between the viewpoints at Dalavik and the viewpoints at Kilmahar, and so we considered that those two viewpoints were sufficiently representative of the worst case scenario. But it is obviously a trail where you get a variety of views. I wouldn't say that open views over the loch were particularly easy to gain. Certainly the sections I walked at the time of year I walked it, there will certainly be glimpses though.
Does the council want to say anything more about this location?
No, I accept that there are more glimpsed views, I guess, on part of the elevated track on the way to the tall trees, the copse that has the tall trees in, but also along the loch shore there are open views and pretty open views over the loch. There's also, as I've mentioned in my evidence, a new footpath that's when I was out last, it was under the process of being constructed, and it takes you up to a high area where it's a little knoll where there's been a certain amount of felling, and it looks like it's intended to be a viewpoint, so there would be open views there. But I accept that the views from or the viewpoints, the visualizations that have been done from viewpoint 2 at Dalavik and then at Kilmahar, there it lies in between, so they would be similar but not the same. But you know, it really is taking account of the full range of views from recreational routes between the two.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on that before we move on? No. In that case, that brings us to 6C, which is viewpoints 15 and 16, which are both located towards the southwestern end of Loch Awe on its southeastern shore. Viewpoint 16 is from the roads, while viewpoint 15 is from a scheduled monument by the Loch shore, a few hundred metres from the roads. And again, there is agreement on significant adverse visual effects from these viewpoints. So essentially, the council considers the proposal would have a disruptive and detractive effect on scenic views up the loch, and that's at paragraph 5.6 of the hearing statement, the penultimate bullet. Perhaps if I invite the council just to explain that point, and then I'll invite the applicant to respond.
These viewpoints lie over 13 kilometres from the proposal, and I think the LVIA, accepts quite rightly that there would be significant effects, and it's even given the distance, because usually significant effects, they're around the 10-kilometre mark. It does really depend on context and the effects on the scenic composition. And in this case, the turbines would be seen at the end of long views where the eye of the receptor, of the viewer, is drawn along the loch, and they would be seen at the end of this focus. And that, in my mind, is why they are significant effects. I would have to say, though, and I know that we're going on to cumulative effects, that in this context, there will be similar views of Blair Gower. And if that is constructed, the proposal will intensify those effects associated with that consented scheme.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to comment on these viewpoints?
Yeah, the key points here are essentially both these viewpoints are long distance views. The exact composition is less relevant here because the wind farm will read more as a distant cluster of turbines on a skyline rather than individual turbines being legible or drawing the eye. Yes, they will be seen looking up the loch towards Blaagaur, very much as part of Blaagaur. So the extent of skyline that would be affected by wind farms would increase by approximately the same degree again, but it would be very much a view looking at a wind farm that becomes a view looking at a bigger wind farm in that same place. You know, that follows good design principles in terms of wind farms extending an existing affected view as opposed to affecting a new landscape elsewhere. So, you know, when considering cumulative effects, it is better often to intensify in one place rather than to completely change something elsewhere. So I think Carol's made both of those points. They are, in terms of significance, it's the lower end. So we've recognised moderate effects, which I continue to maintain is fair. They're not at the highest end, and that's reflective of the fact that they are quite distance away and will essentially be seen with Blaagaur. Again, both of these locations had to work quite hard to find a view because we were asked to consider Ford. It's not possible to get a view looking up the loch from Ford. Ford sits in amongst the trees. It's quite a contained settlement. The location that was chosen is outside Ford, heading up the road. It's not within the village itself, and is one of the few locations where you do get the opportunity for a view here. And the castle, the ruined castle, is not a location that people go to. There's no, you essentially have to cross a private field. There's no indication of anyone parking or going there, no signage, no sort of historic Scotland signposting or anything like that. So it's, you know, these aren't the most sensitive of locations, and we had to work hard to get these views. It's not a view that's pervasive, seen widely elsewhere.
Would you like to come back?
Yes, please. I would disagree that they're not the most sensitive locations. I've mentioned how open views are rare, and that, in my mind, makes them more valued. And the particular viewpoint mentioned by Ms. Oxley near the castle is pretty open, and it's one of the few views that you get as you round the loch from at the bottom end of the loch and first see it. So it is really striking. It's a suddenly revealed view. I would also say that there are similar views from a core path, which is above Ford. And there are visualizations in the Eridine EIA from there. Sorry, I don't have the precise viewpoint. We didn't put it down as a production, but it is possible to get open views in the vicinity of Ford by going up the hillside as well.
Okay, thank you. I've noted that. Any further comments from the applicant in response to what's just been said?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Okay. So that brings us on then to item 7 on the agenda, which is landscape effects. So I understand there's agreement on significant effects on the craggy upland and upland forest moor mosaic landscape character types. That's numbers 7 and 6. And that's set out in the Statement of Agreed Matters at paragraph 3.4.6. And I note that landscape impacts are not the primary focus of the Council's objection to the proposal. However, I note the Council indicates in its hearing statements, paragraph 8.5, that effects on landscape character, particularly on Mid Loch Awe and on Loch Avych, have driven its request for further mitigation, and it submits that Loch Awe has a distinctive character, and that's hearing statement paragraph 5.5. Some of this we may have touched on already to some extent, but just to help me understand whether there's disagreement on the nature and extent of the proposal's landscape effects, can I just ask the council to please outline its position on this, and then I'll invite the applicant to respond.
The council's objection is based on mitigation measures which are principally aimed to improve views of the development from key views in the Mid-West Loch Awe and in the Dun-na-Quaich area. The mitigation measures that have been proposed would have or have been requested would result in negligible improvements to the significant adverse effects that would occur on the landscape character types that you've mentioned, the craggy upland, etc. However, I know that your next question relates to cumulative effects, and in my appraisal of this proposal and in my hearing statement, I address the concerns of the council about cumulative effects, and cumulative effects in particular on Mid-Loch Awe. So you may wish to take that in the next question.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can come back to that then. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is there anything the applicant wants to say on that? Maybe that we just pick this up under item 8.
I think,
yeah.
Just to confirm what Ms Anderson says, that the changes would not make any material difference to the effects on landscape character.
Okay, thank you. Just one more point on landscape effects before we move on to cumulative, which is just in relation to local landscape areas. I understand there's agreement between parties there would not be significant adverse effects on any designated local landscape areas, but there are no citations or descriptions for these. So I'd just like to confirm parties' views on how effects on those designations ought to be assessed. I'll invite the council to start, please.
There are, as you say, sir, no citations for the local landscape areas. So we have no information as to why they were designated and for what their special qualities and character are. The capacity study provides a summary appraisal of the key qualities likely to have been considered in their designation. And this has been put together. You will know, sir, that I was responsible for that capacity study with a colleague, and we did that through on-site work as we were doing the sensitivity assessment in the field. But it is quite a summary appraisal, and certainly my experience at PLI, appeals where we have needed to look at local landscape designations and they don't have citations. My approach has been to undertake an assessment of the key special qualities and character of the designated area, and then do an assessment on how they would be affected by the development proposal. Because it's only then that you can really consider how the integrity of that designated area would be affected.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the applicant for its views on this point, please, then?
So we do come across this issue from time to time. The usual approach and the approach that was taken here is to use all the available information that there is, and that's gained from an understanding of the key characteristics that are recorded for the relevant landscape character units. And in this instance, the descriptive information prepared by Ms. Anderson that's recorded in the capacity study. This is always supplemented by observations that are made in the field as well, because some of these designated landscapes are quite extensive, and it's obviously important that we understand what matters and where. So in this instance, the use of characteristics in the capacity study, but underpinned with a review of other available information and site work as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on that before we move on? Okay, thank you. Right, we'll move on then to item 8, which is cumulative effects. We have briefly touched on some of this as we've gone through, but we'll tease some of it out in a bit more detail under this item. So I understand, broadly speaking, there's agreement that significant cumulative effects would occur, but these don't form part of the Council's grounds for objection other than in relation to aviation lighting. Obviously, we just touched on a comment in terms of landscape a moment ago, so I'd just like to explore parties' positions on this and really focusing on a few points that are raised in the Council's hearing statement. First off, under point A, I'd just like to ask both parties for their views on what is the relevant or most relevant cumulative scenario to consider in the decision on this case in terms of which proposals should be taken into account or what weight should be attached to proposals at different stages of the planning and consenting process. In particular, how should unconsented proposals be dealt with? So can I ask the applicant this time to lead off, and then I'll invite the Council to respond.
Okay, so in undertaking a cumulative impact assessment, we look at various different scenarios, and we look at a more certain scenario. So that's Carr Dubh in association with consented schemes. So in this instance, now we have Blaga and Ladyfield both consented, and Gasfar as well. So that's a more certain scenario, and therefore, I mean, I'm not a planner, so I can't tell you exactly how much weight to give to things, but I would give more weight to the more certain schemes. Obviously, we also consider a less likely scenario, which is where we look at undetermined applications, and sometimes also those at a very early stage in scoping. Eridine, for example, was in scoping when the work was first done. It was looked at and it was included in the visualisations and the format that it was in at the time. It's now moved into a slightly more certain category in that it's application stage, but it still should be given, in my view, less weight in determining this appeal than you would those consented schemes. The outcome for, when Eridine in itself comes on to be determined, then that would look at the status of Carr Dubh because it's behind in terms of the sequence.
Okay, thank you. Can I invite the Council's comments? And just to say, obviously, we may return to subjects of weight and so on tomorrow in the policy hearing, but just interested in views on which scenario is the primary one here, I suppose.
I would agree with Sam that that unconsented wind farms are commonly not accorded as much weight as consented developments. However, I would argue that due to the changed policy context and the huge increase in applications within Argyll and Bute, as in some other authorities, there's a need to be realistic and acknowledge that many more proposals are likely to be consented. I can't address whether they will be constructed or not, but my perception is that a greater percentage of wind farms will be consented. And this seems to be borne out by a recent consent of Ladyfield, and we've had a consent for Glassfar since this application has been submitted. So I would argue that there is a need to consider application stage developments as a material consideration. Obviously, I'm not a planner, and you will be discussing that tomorrow, but I think there is a need to be realistic in terms of thinking about future scenarios and the effects that they'll have on landscape and visual matters. Oh, I should say, sir, that in the Nature Scott guidance on siting and designing wind farms, it's noted in paragraph 4.10 that where 2 or more wind farm proposals enter the planning system in parallel and have potential for landscape and visual effects, this should be a material consideration in the planning process. I consider that because Eridine is so close to this proposal, it should be considered to fall in the category, even though it's come slightly after in terms of being at an application stage. It's just that they've been submitted as applications in a relatively close period of time, and it would be remiss not to consider it seriously, in my view.
Okay, thank you. Anything in what's been said just there that the applicant wants to respond to?
I think we might come back to it tomorrow, sir, just in policy terms, because we can go around the houses talking about it in a landscape context.
Yeah,
landscape documentation predates NPF4. So I think we'll raise it and probably discuss it again tomorrow. Thank you.
That's fine. We'll come on to talk about particular other schemes and the relationship between them shortly. So point B on the agenda, I think it was touched on earlier, but just to ensure that we've covered it off, it was really to pick up on a point in the Council's hearing statement, paragraph 6.6, regarding the cumulative visualisation from Delavich Jetty, that's viewpoint 2, and the suggestion that it doesn't fully represent the potential cumulative impacts. And I think it was mentioned earlier in terms of the extent of the horizontal spread that was included, but if I can just invite the Council just to outline that issue, and then I can give the applicant a chance to respond on it.
It's as I mentioned before, sir, earlier in the day, and in my hearing statement, that the particular viewpoint's been taken from the footpath, not actually on the shore and the jetty itself, and that from the footpath, Eridine, wind farm would be partially screened by trees, which is not the case when you're on the shore. It's much more open.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant want to respond to that point?
The reason the viewpoint was selected as being slightly more elevated from the shore is because that was considered to represent a worst case scenario in terms of the view of Carr Dubh. The viewpoint was optimised for the view of Carr Dubh and Blair Gower, given that Eridine at that time was only a scoping stage scheme, and essentially our focus was on Carr Dubh and its relationship with Blair Gower. But it is recognise that if you move around in that location and get down onto the loch shore and look down the loch, then potentially you would see Aerodyne. And Aerodyne is shown in the wireline, even though there are trees in the way of the view within the original LBIA visualisations.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm clear on that. So that's fine, we'll move on. So again, we've sort of touched on this to some extent already, so there's no need to repeat what's already been said, but point C on agenda item 8 is views on the relationship of the proposal's design with that of existing and consented wind farms nearby, so in particular Blairgower and Suai. I think there's some level of agreement that the proposal would be read as an extension of the consented Blairgower wind farm or as a single wind farm. That's picked up, it's been touched on today, and it's picked up in the applicant's hearing statement, paragraph 4.18, and the council's hearing statement, paragraph 3.2. But if there's nuances that parties wish to bring out, we can do that. In terms of the relationship with Suai, the applicant submits that these would appear distinctly separate, taking that from hearing statement paragraph 4.19, and the council describes this relationship as appearing discordant when seen from west of Loch Awe, and that's hearing statement paragraph 5.6, the first bullet point. Can I invite the applicant to provide its comments on this first, please?
In relation to Suai, it was recognised from the previous decision for a project near this site that relationship with Suai should be a consideration. But it was also recognised that Suai is an old wind farm and potentially due to expire in 2035 from your own notes, sir. And so it was decided that it would be better to design a wind farm that appeared separate from Suai, so you didn't get that contrast of the old turbines with the new turbines, and the two schemes remain distinctly separate and not overlapping. You don't get that direct scale comparison going on from adjacent turbines. So that was a deliberate decision. Obviously, we don't know what will happen to Suai in the future. It may be taken away. A new wind farm may be put there, and that would be a separate planning application. So that's the relationship with Suai. I think we've already talked quite a lot about the relationship with Blairgower. The design intent there was to ensure Carr Dubh read as a sympathetic extension or read as being compatible with Blairgower. At the time when we first started working on the job, Blairgower was consented with turbines at a smaller height, and we didn't know whether the tip height extension was going to go ahead as well. So in the back of our minds, we were also conscious of the need for the project to work as a scheme on its own. So we had, the need to work together with Blairgower, potentially a bigger Blairgower, and for the scheme to work together to work on its own. And we progressed both of those design objectives, and ultimately we've obviously ended up with a scenario where Blairgower is very likely, and therefore the key consideration is how it works with Blairgower. And I consider that that relationship has been very successfully managed, and that the two will look comparable and work together, and as you say, very often be seen as a single wind farm.
Thank you. The council like to come back on that.
I agree with Sam's comments about the relationship with Blairgower in general. Doesn't happen in all viewpoints, but in many of them it does. It does appear as an extension with a similar layout and a degree of compatibility. I don't agree, though, that there is a distinctive gap with Ansui, and I think the removal of turbine 13 would assist in minimising those contrasts of scale. I should also point out that the Arkconnell wind farm, the report of the appeal for that certainly cited the effects, the contrast of scale with Ansui, with that particular wind farm, and that was smaller turbines. I mean, that was some time ago, but those contrasts of scale still exist, irrespective of the policy changes that have occurred, and are now needed to accept significant landscape and visual effects in certain instances. One final point on that, which isn't directly related to your question, sir. You asked about the design relationship with Blairgow and Ansui. Eridine and the design relationship with that, not so much design, but where it's seen in paragraph 4.20 of Ms. Oxley's hearing statement. She states that Eridine and the proposal would be rarely seen in combined views. I actually disagree with that. It would certainly be seen together in combined views from Dylavith, from the Tall Trees Trail, where there are open views, and from Kilmahar, and also from Dunmaquaig.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just come back on that point?
Yes, absolutely.
Design? So I'm using the word combined view in the sense of the cumulative guidance. So assessing the cumulative landscape and visual impact of onshore wind energy developments. Sorry, can someone give me a CD rep? Which was updated in March 20. It describes 3 types of cumulative impact. So combined, i.e. seen together in the same frame of view, your eyes don't have to move. Sequential, i.e. your eyes have to move. And successive. Successive comes first. Combined, successive, i.e. you would have to move, and sequential, you would have to move along the road or the footpath or whatever. So I'm very much using that term combined in the spirit of guidance, which is you don't have to move your head to see it. So I do recognise that if you moved your head, i.e. it was a successive view rather than a combined view as defined in the guidance, then yes, you would see Eridine from the same location, but you would have to turn your head to see it.
4.7.
That's core document 4.7.
I do accept that, and I understand that explanation. I guess what I was meaning probably is more static, the difference between a static viewpoint and a sequential viewpoint when you're travelling. So I do accept that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments in terms of design relationship with any other wind farms? Although I did mention 2 in particular, that was not to exclude any others. So happy that Eridine has been raised. Are there any others? I've got a separate point to come on to slightly later about Glasvar. So maybe come back to that, but anything else on design relationship? Yeah, Ms. Anderson.
I think just looking at your question, sir, I think we haven't addressed Ladyfield, and obviously that's just recently gained consent. So it's thinking about cumulative effects from Dunnaquaig, and in terms of that, there isn't a design relationship aspect to that because they're in very separate parts of the view, but it is a panoramic view, so you would see them possibly turning your head, I'm not quite sure. But in terms of Ladyfield, I would say that I think I'd mentioned in my hearing statement that the application, the consented layout is shown in the visualization from the Ladyfield EIA. It's the scoping layout that's being shown in the EIA for this proposal, which is a lot less cluttered and congested with lots of turbines. It's a simpler layout. There is a difference of about a kilometre between the two. In terms of Ladyfield, I think it's about 4.7 kilometres from Dunnaquaig, and this proposal is 5.7, I think, 5.7 kilometres. But I think in terms of the cumulative aspects of the two, we're now going to, if Ladyfield is constructed, then it's going to introduce more visible wind turbine development from that viewpoint, and there is a cumulative effect implication associated with this development. I would say that looking at the visualizations, Ladyfield is less cluttered. You see fewer turbine hubs, and you don't have the overlapping that this proposal has. I think that this proposal has more significant effects taken on its own than Ladyfield, but in combination, there is a significant cumulative effect with the two developments.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant want to respond on what's just been said about Ladyfields?
I suppose just in terms of general pattern of effects, Ladyfield is positioned further to the east, closer to Loch Lomond and the Trossachs National Park, and in general its effects are more focused east in an easterly direction. Sanderson is correct in that the main viewpoint where Ladyfield would interact with Carr Dubh is viewpoint 4. The other viewpoints perhaps less relevant because they're further away from Ladyfield. It would affect a different part of the view. Well, and obviously it's consented, so it should be given weight. It is shown within the wire lines, but as Ms. Anderson says, it shows a scoping stage layout, so things have evolved since then. So,
thank you. I think if I understood correctly, am I right in thinking that a visualization from that showing the approved layout has been lodged as one of the documents? I may have put that up incorrectly. Do we have if that is the case, do we have a reference to hand just so I can note it down?
CD 6.28, I think, is the correct reference to the Ladyfield visualization.
Thank you.
Correct for Ladyfield, but not for the application site.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I realise the limitations, but just in terms of comparing the cumulative visualizations that show a scoping layout for Ladyfields for this application with what's been approved. So I can read the two together. Thank you very much. Point D, we've touched on it already a moment ago, so I'm not sure if there'll be more parties want to say on it, but that's relating to the future decommissioning of Ansui wind farm, which the Council discusses in its hearing statement, paragraph 7.5, due to take place in 2035. And the Council's essentially suggesting that there would be a cumulative or a benefit in cumulative terms if that site was not repowered. Is there anything that you'd like to say further on that, Ms Anderson, before I invite the applicant to comment?
Ansui is quite an old wind farm. I understand that it predates the clear policy statement that came out from government in terms of the acceptance that onshore wind farms are assumed to be sited in perpetuity. And at the time of its consent, I think there was no appreciation that technological advances would be such that onshore wind turbines would be up to 250 metres high. I think the elevation of that site, although it's not a matter for this inquiry in particular, but I think it's worth just thinking about it. I think it's problematic if you were putting 250 or even 180 metre high turbines on that site. It is very elevated. And again, it would be very prominent in terms of its views on both Loch Awe and Loch Fyne.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the applicant for its views on this point, please?
I don't think I have anything to add to the views that I've already made. Essentially, we deliberately designed the wind farm and Carr Dubh so that it wouldn't relate directly to Carr Dubh in order to avoid these scale comparisons and the two being seen together. I recognise that this is an older scheme and in time it may go or something may happen there. But Carr Dubh with Lagar would continue to work as a wind farm or a pair of wind farms seen as one together in the landscape, irrespective of the presence or absence of Ansui.
Okay, thank you. May I just add one thing on there, please? I'll try and be quick. In terms of Ansui, you'll see from my hearing statement that the council are not objecting on the basis of principle of a wind farm development on this site, the site of Carr Dubh. It is the design, essentially, that we want to see improvements made to. And removing turbine 13 would have the advantage of widening the gap between Ansui and this proposal. I think, given the hotspot that's developing on this ridge between Loch Fyne and Loch Awe in this part of mid-Loch Awe, and with the number of turbine applications and consents that are occurring, I think there is a concern about cumulative effects, future cumulative effects. And I think we consider that it's important to keep that in mind when considering individual developments. I think that's all I want to say on that matter.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on that before we move on to 8E? No, okay. We've briefly touched on it already, but the Council has noted in its hearing statement, paragraph 6.2, that the Glassfar wind farm has been consented. It's, I understand, around 13 kilometres to the southwest of the application site, and this wasn't included in the applicant's assessment. The Council's statement considers there would be some cumulative effects, but these would not be significant. So if I can just invite the council to briefly outline its position on that, and then I can invite the applicant to comment.
Sorry. Yes, in paragraph 6.2 of my hearing statement outlines my opinion that the degree of separation between the two proposals, the one consented proposal, Glassfar, and this proposal is sufficient, that I don't think there would be significant cumulative effects. Glassfar is principally seen in Ford area in the lower loch, and we successfully negotiated with the applicant of Glassfar to reduce the heights and omit some of the turbines to improve views in that area as elsewhere, in association with Historic Environment Scotland as well. They had a role in that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Can I invite the applicant to comment on that then, please?
Yeah, the views of Mr. Anderson accord with my own views. So I undertook a review to look at the main areas that Glassfar would affect. It's obviously further to the southwest. Its main interaction is with landscapes further to the southwest. And I also concluded that the key area of overlap would be in that area of Ford, so R and Carr Dubh viewpoint 20. Other than that, much less of a consideration and not that relevant, or not very relevant to this project.
Okay, thank you. I may be wrong, but I'm not sure that I have anything before me in relation to Glassfar, just to understand its precise location and design and so on. So I'm wondering if I might invite parties just to consider if there's something, a plan and or a visualisation that might be helpful to lodge, just so that I can understand its relationship myself as well. It's possibly something parties can just look at and come back within a week or so after the inquiry concludes, or these sessions conclude this week. I could just invite one or two relevant key documents to be submitted. That would be helpful for my understanding. If there's nothing else on that point, we can move on to 8F, which is the point in the Council's hearing statement, which is paragraph 5.6, third bullet, about sequential cumulative effects on views from watercraft on Loch Awe, so canoes or boats or similar. So again, can I invite the Council to briefly outline its position on this, and then I'll invite the applicant to comment.
I say in my hearing statement that there are various paddling challenges associated with Loch Awe, largely because it's the longest freshwater loch in the UK. And I think the scenery and the unsport nature of the loch is mentioned in many websites and blogs. If you do a search, that are advocating these challenges. I don't know how many people may participate in these challenges, but the loch is certainly used by fishermen, and it is used by people kayaking and canoeing. But it could be that Sam might know a bit more about that, and likely numbers if she's a canoeer herself.
Okay, thank you. Can I invite the applicant to comment then, please?
Yes, there will be views from open water on parts of Loch Awe, particularly the lower part, and particularly from the western side. Again, as I said before, if you're a canoeist or someone in a small craft, you'll tend to hug the shore, and that will depend. The shore that you hug will depend on the wind direction, but the eastern shore would be more well screened because you've got vegetation running down to the loch side, and your views would be curtailed by that vegetation and the topography above it. The route that people take is going to be highly variable. The length of routes that people take also highly variable. So other than recognising that there could be some views of Carr Dubh as well as Blackgower and other wind farms from the loch, that's probably as far as that can be taken.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Anything else on that before we move on? No. Okay. Did you want to come back, Ms. Anderson?
Yes, just to say in terms of the cumulative effects, thinking strategically about the loch as a whole, it's 25 miles long. At present, the wind farm developments that lie close to the loch are very well spaced out. We've got Carrickgill, which is further to the northwest, I think it is, and then we've got Ansui. But there's not, should Blackgower be constructed and this development and Eridine get constructed too, there would be a real concentration in terms of views from the loch in this part of the mid-loch. It would really consolidate and concentrate development.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's probably starting to bring us on to the next point on the agenda, point G, which was really picking up again on something in the Council's hearing statement, paragraph 6.5, about cumulative effects resulting in a, quote, wind farm landscape affecting Loch Awe. So just to be clear, and it maybe touches slightly on what you've just said, but your hearing statement indicates that these effects are not significant at present. So I just want to be clear whether you're saying you think this proposal would change that, or is it this proposal and other cumulative effects with other proposals, just so that I can be clear on what you mean there.
This proposal would certainly substantially extend the Blackgower consented scheme. So there would be a distinct intensification in that respect. I think it's the addition of Eridine with Ansui. It's the combined effect of Blackgower, Ansui, Eridine, and this proposal, which would combine to create a wind farm landscape, in my view, one where wind farms would be a dominant feature of the landscape. But
okay,
that would be particularly measured should Ansui be repowered with significantly larger turbines.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I think I'm clear on that point now. Can I invite the applicant to comment on that?
Yes. My view is that with the schemes that are consented to date, those which already exist, and with Carr Dubh, should this be consented, that we would not be in a scenario of a wind farm landscape, or indeed anywhere near it. It would be more a case of with several wind farms in the landscape. There being a wind farm, there being another wind farm. You travel around a bit and you see another wind farm. I think when we talk about a wind farm landscape, we're talking about the wind farms being the prevailing characteristic in the landscape. But in this area, we're still going to be in a landscape where the prevailing characteristic is the lochs, the woodland, the forests, the narrow winding roads, and the glimpses of wind farms that will come and go. In terms of examples of wind farm landscapes, I would think of places, for example, around Whiteley Wind Farm, south of Glasgow, parts of the southern uplands, which are definitely developing into more of a wind farm landscape. The area around Hagshaw Hill, for example, these are places which are starting to become wind farm landscapes. But this area, even should Carr Dubh be consented, I think we're quite a long way off that descriptor, wind turbines being the prevailing feature, for example.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to come back on that, Ms. Anderson?
Just to say, I agree with what Sam has just said about this proposal. I think it's the combination of this proposal with Erindine and with a repowered and SUI that is concerning. And I think it would be a wind farm landscape insofar as it would be a dominant aspect of character.
Okay, thank you. Any closing comments on that point from the applicant, or we can move on to point H? No. Okay. If we're okay on point G, then the final point under item 8 relates to the council's discussion of strategic landscape and visual effects, and this probably overlaps some of what we've just been talking about. But I'm really focusing here on section 7 of the council's hearing statement. So I'd just like to understand the council's position on what it means by strategic landscape and visual effects, and its view on the extent to which such matters can or should be considered in the decision on a particular proposal. So again, starting with the council, please.
I use the word strategic in the context of wider considerations of siting and design of multiple wind farm developments, i.e. beyond the confines of an individual development site and the landscape character type it's situated in. You'll see from section 7 of my hearing statement that I principally consider strategic landscape and visual matters relating to the wider Loch Oor area and particularly concerned with its character. It's my opinion that it's important to consider these wider or more strategic landscape and visual matters, given the number and concentration of wind farm applications currently being received by the council in this area.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the applicant for its views on what's just been said?
I recognise what Ms. Anderson is saying here, but I think it's of limited relevance to your decision making for this appeal, because you can only consider what is certain and the lesser weight that you give to things that are less certain. And so the decision for this appeal doesn't really have that much relevance to the wider strategic landscape and visual matters, which are more things to consider within sensitivity and capacity studies or planning policy, for example, rather than what you have before you here. But some of these concerns are obviously around what may happen in the future beyond anything that's being considered here, and we just have very little certainty around those. So I just think it's an interesting discussion, but not particularly relevant to this appeal.
Okay, did you want to say anything further on that?
Yes, I do disagree with that. I think the mitigation measures that form part of the grounds of objection from the council, although I accept it's not explicitly stated, but they stemmed from my preamble in my appraisal of the proposal. That's where they came from. They've maybe been lifted out of context in terms of the council's letter on objection. The omission of turbine 13, for example, would widen the gap between Ansui and this development. This development expands a consented development, Blairgower, and this development will be seen as a single wind farm in many views. So I think this strategy of separation between space and clustered developments is an important strategic consideration. Similarly, effects on views from Dun McQuaith. This sort of spills over into cumulative effects, but it's considering, I think it's important to consider what might come along in future and when is the tipping point, and trying to prevent sort of effects just getting out of hand and just despoiling relatively large areas of Argyll and Butte's landscape where we can, trying to mitigate effects as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand the positions on that, unless the applicant has a particular point to come back on.
The position, I set out this morning my concerns. This isn't Carol Anderson's objection. This is the council's objection. It was very clearly phrased. It's not based on cumulative issues. It's not based on landscape issues. It's very specifically on design issues of this project alone. The word cumulative doesn't appear in the objection, and nor does landscape. And when we were asked for a position statement, we wanted to turn up to a hearing on visual matters. And as I say, that is just exemplified, not my concern, it's clearly exemplified the evidence has gone beyond the objection. And it's clear that, Nature Scott made submissions and representations. They didn't raise any of these issues in relation to this particular proposal at all. And I don't think we need to go back over it. I've made my point, and you can hopefully note that position, sir.
Thank you. I've noted that. Does the council want to say anything on that? And then I think we'll have a short break.
Well, I think Mr. Innes mentioning Nature Scott is quite interesting, because we all know that Nature Scott rarely object to wind farm proposals. Now, I mean, they have to be in effect an NSA because of the policy changes. So I think that is irrelevant to actually say that. I did clearly state that I acknowledged that the grounds of objection didn't, they just focused on the mitigation measures, which was set out as a conclusion, some bullet points at the end of my appraisal of the wind farm. I am just stating that in the council's report of handling, I should say that the cumulative effects were mentioned, so they would have influenced the committee. But I quite freely acknowledge that it isn't stated specifically in the grounds of objection, but that doesn't mean to say that it wasn't in the heads of the committee members, that there were, there were reasons for those mitigation measures to be proposed.
It looked like you were wanting to come in, Mr. O'Carroll.
Yes, well, I think I can scarcely better what Ms. Anderson has said, but just from a formalistic point of view, the position statement that we have, as you'll appreciate and know, is simply a single sheet of A4 with some boxes in it. Now, the applicants took the opportunity to set out matters very fully there, and the council was somewhat more cursory. But the position remains that there is this context, and the matter of landscape and visual impacts was mentioned in that, and that is a matter that's been picked up by you. And I suppose the fundamental point is that there is the context, as Ms. Anderson's pointed out. The statement of the objection by the council committee members didn't arise in a vacuum, but it was informed by Sanderson's appraisal and the committee, the report to committee. But moreover, the other important point is that you, to make a decision, want to be informed about matters pertaining to visual impacts, and you have experts giving you evidence in that regard. You've now heard it out loud, and that's exactly as it should be. And I think perhaps it's now perhaps a bit futile to say that matters are going beyond what has been stated formalistically back in July last year, when in fact you're required to have full information on visual impacts, and you now have it.
Okay, I mean, I think possibly taking that discussion as far as we can go. I note the points made by Mr. Innes, and I note what's just been said by Mr. O'Carroll. I think we'll have a 15-minute break. It's just turned 3:30, so we'll return at 3:45. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody. Welcome back. We're at item 9 of today's agenda for this landscape and visual hearing, which is relating to aviation lighting. So I understand that parties agree on a proposed condition that may limit visible aviation lighting and its effects in future through the use of an aircraft detection lighting system if this becomes technically feasible. Notwithstanding this agreement, there's just a number of aspects where I'd like to explore parties' views on this topic. So point A, firstly I'd like to hear views on the accuracy or potential limitations of nighttime visualizations. And here I'm picking up on a point at paragraph 5.9 of the Council's hearing statement, where it says that nighttime visualisations should be treated with caution. So I'd just like to invite the Council to explain what it means by this, and then I'll invite the applicant to respond.
Yes, I think it's been acknowledged in a number of PLI which have addressed nighttime lighting, as well as the guidance from Nature Scott that nighttime photomontages have limitations. And I think in that respect, I think you can see that in the field when lights appear brighter than they can be reproduced in a printed or seen online document. So it's important to actually observe turbine aviation lighting in the field, and to visit areas in low lighting conditions at dawn dusk, just to get an appreciation of the ambient light and how turbine lights would affect that.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to comment on that?
Yes, I'll refer you to CD 4.10. So this is the Nature Scott guidance to which Ms Anderson referred. And you're specifically asking about the potential limitations of nighttime visualisations. These are set out under that heading in Appendix 4. So obviously, section to be read in its whole, but paragraph 15 talks about the way, what influences what we see at night and how it compares to photographic evidence. And it picks out one point about how dark adapted our eyes are, and the contrast between any individual light compared to its surroundings. My understanding is that the process of dark adaptation takes time. It's very variable from human to human, is influenced by our age, sadly. And just the way that each person perceives these lights is very different as well. So a camera also has limitations. So it has separate issues regarding the dynamic range it can acquire. So the guidance tells us. Paragraph 16 goes on to talk about contrast and the way that affects people. Talks about the dark adaptation being something that contrasts between individuals. It highlights the fact that towards the end, twilight or nighttime photographic images often bear a limited resemblance to what a person might see in the same circumstances. There is no one simple visualization technique that can capture this full effect. So further considerations, paragraph 17, 18 and 19. In 19, it draws our attention to the fact that digital visualizations are prepared in such software cannot replicate the additional variable influence which distance between light and the viewpoint or observer, or atmospheric attenuation, etc. has. So I think in 20 it draws that together, paragraph 20, and says that nighttime aviation lighting assessments can be caveated as only being reasonably indicative in terms of the way that they illustrate lighting effects. So I think we fully recognise the limitations. I would say that LUC and my colleague have been on the lighting group with the Scottish Government, which led to the production of this guidance. Much of what's in here was informed by what we were feeding into that group, and my colleague, my visualisation colleagues, really have been leading the way in terms of the way that we've trialled these different processes and software. So completely recognise that there are limitations, but nevertheless it is useful to show on a visualisation which turbines will be lit, and to compare levels of intensity. I actually find the lighting zone of theoretical visibility quite useful because it shows you where you'll experience the brightest intensity, i.e. at higher elevations, and where, when you're at lower elevations, because you're below the cutoff of the light, you'll experience much lower intensities. So, for example, down at Dalvik, where you're much lower down, you're going to be in the area where the inbuilt mitigation within that light is helpful in reducing effects. It's probably it's all set out very clearly in the guidance, so I think that's probably sufficient.
Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. I've got the guidance in front of me, so I'll read those paragraphs further. I think I'm clear on that, unless Ms Anderson, there's anything you want to come back on. No. Okay, thank you. It was sort of briefly touched on there in terms of Dalvik being mentioned, but point B, I'd like to ask parties for their views on what receptors may experience nighttime effects, i.e. who might experience the proposal at night and from where. And this time, can I start with the applicant, please?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, people who are out and about in dark places at night, but with the caveat that those who are using head torches or man-made lighting to assist them finding their way, for example, are less likely to have their eyes are less likely to be dark adapted, and so they're less likely to perceive the lights. So if someone is out walking their dog, for example, at night, and they're using a torch to aid their way, then they're less likely to perceive those lights. If they're lying on the ground looking at the stars and they've been doing that for half an hour or more and their eyes are dark adapted, then they're more likely to perceive the lights. The same is true for people who are in buildings and then come out. For example, they come out of their lit kitchen into the garden to empty the bin. Their eyes are not going to be dark adapted, but if they're out in their gardens or around their community for longer periods of time, then they would start to perceive that change. People who would experience the lights might, for example, include night fishermen, or people camping down on the loch shore, people camping up on the mountains in the wider landscape. It's not really an issue for people in their homes, given this dark adaptation issue.
Okay, thank you. Would the council like to comment on this point, please?
I would agree with what Sam has said. And while accepting the light adaptation aspect with residents, if they're just coming out, I think many people do go out just to experience dark skies. And I think the council's main concern is the number of wind farm proposals which will have visible aviation lighting and the cumulative effects of that affecting the dark skies of what is a relatively sparsely settled area. So that's the key aspect. I would say that in general, the Loch Awe area is not overly popular with hill walkers, but as Sam was saying, there are campers and occasional people in camper vans as well who will appreciate dark skies.
Okay, thank you. Just before we move on from this, I just wanted to ask if there's any views. Dún na Quaich viewpoint 4 has been selected as one of the nighttime viewpoints, and understands the process by which those were discussed and agreed. But can I ask if there's understood to be commonly people at that particular location at night? You may not know the answer to that, but I'd be interested in any views that either party had on that point.
I think the gates to the castle are generally locked at night, so you can't drive up there, but you can still walk. It's free access to go up there or to cycle up there. There could be a situation where people are just late in the day or early in the morning, but I wouldn't know the numbers.
That's fine. Does the applicant want to comment on that particular point at all?
Yeah, I mean, it was chosen because it was an elevated location and it was relatively accessible in terms of safely preparing photography. But there's no evidence that I've seen that suggests that lots of people go up there at night. As Carol says, it's a longer walk at night because you can't drive up to the car park. There's a possibility that people may go up there to look at the sunset view. But I wouldn't have thought many people would go up there at night because it's certainly the top bit's quite rough. And it's not really a place where people would go and camp either. So I think it's unlikely there are many people up there at night.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then to 9C, I'd just like to be clear whether the council's concerns about aviation lighting relate to landscape effects, visual effects, or both, and whether they relate to the effects of this proposal, cumulative effects, or both. You have just touched on the cumulative concerns, so you've probably half answered my question already. But just so that I'm clear, and that's in the context of, I've noted that the terms of the objection refer specifically to cumulative effects on landscape character and on views. But just so that I can be clear, that would be helpful if you could please outline that.
It is all of those, landscape, visual, and cumulative. So the concern in terms of landscape is the contribution to the erosion of the sense of naturalness and the dark skies characteristic of the Loch Awe area, for example. And then there's also the significant effects on views and cumulative effects on views should Blegar and Eridine and other wind farms be constructed.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant want to say anything in response to that?
No, I mean, other than the condition has been agreed, and I would just refer you again to that lighting ZTB as a useful document in terms of understanding where these greater intensities are seen from. It's quite helpful once you get your head around how to interpret it.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Maybe just one follow-up question just before we move on from this is just to clarify that the council accepts the assessment of significance of aviation lighting as set out in the EIA. I've not seen anything, I don't think, to suggest otherwise, but just to be clear on that.
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. If there's nothing further on Mr. Ennis?
Yeah, just on the cumulative side, because obviously that is what Ms. Anderson sort of recognised. The fact that Gower and this application are so proximate, given the nature of ADSL technology, it is likely that if you were going to put something in this location, there would be the potential for it to deal with both schemes. There's two types of technology, one which relies on a transponder, and then you have to have a box around the wind farm that says you need to have a transponder if you're flying in this location, or the other technology is directly, it finds the aircraft and detects it, switches it on. They're both in use elsewhere in the world. And what we're waiting for is CAP 764, which is the civil aviation guidance to be amended. It's at consultation stage and is being developed. And from that, we'll probably start to see the deployment of ADSL in UK. And that's when the condition that will kick in, is it feasible for these particular schemes? And that will depend on the technology and potential airspace change. But saying that having two schemes next to each other, if you're concerned about the cumulative, is a positive thing in the sense of it's very likely that any solution for one will solve the other.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, we don't need to get into the wording of the condition today. Obviously, we're dealing with primarily, as I understand it, concerns unless and until such a scheme is implemented, at which point I understand essentially the council accepts that the impacts would be significantly reduced. Is there anything further, or have I missed anything, or are we happy that we've covered that and I've understood it? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So we're on to item 10, where I've got a couple of points, and I will ensure I ask if there's anything else that other parties want to raise before we close as well. But the points that I wanted to cover are parties' views on key landscape and visual policy considerations, in particular relating to NPF4 Policy 11E. So I'm not seeking views on the overall acceptability of the proposal's effects and the overall planning balance. We'll come on to these matters in the policy hearing tomorrow. But what I'm looking for today is any views on how these policy concepts should be understood in landscape and visual terms and their implications in this case. So point A, the first of these, is what parties understand is meant by landscape and visual impacts being localised, and whether that is the case in this instance. And I note that the applicant's hearing statement suggests that the proposal's impacts are localised. That's at paragraph 6.8 of the hearing statement. So if I could invite the applicant to explain firstly why it considers that to be the case, and then I'll invite the council to respond to that.
So in landscape and visual terms, yes, I do consider that the impacts will be localised. This is largely covered by benchmarking against other applications, which is covered in the hearing statement of Mr. Bell. I'm just waiting for the paragraph reference.
625.
It's paragraph 46.25. And in that, Mr. Bell explores various other decisions and the distances within which localised effects have been deemed to be contained. So typically distances of around 12 or so kilometres. I think can go through that in detail tomorrow. But the other point that the other point that I want to make is that the types of effects that have been exploring today, i.e. effects that can be altered by relatively minor changes to the distribution of turbines, are definitely localized, because a slight change to a height or a positioning of turbines, at the scale at which we're talking, could only possibly be perceived within a few kilometres. So that would definitely be localised changes. Those changes wouldn't affect the nature of effects on landscape character. They wouldn't affect the nature of changes on designated landscapes, and they wouldn't affect changes. They wouldn't affect views at all once you're beyond relatively close distance, 5 to 6 kilometres, I suspect. So what we're talking about here is most definitely localised in terms of the issues that we have before us. In terms of why they're localised at this site, this relatively broad ridge, which is, again, relatively speaking, quite low-lying, and the nature of the topography here with the ridge, the valley, the ridge, the glen, the forestry, the topography, all restrict visibility for this wind farm such that it is relatively localised. So again, you'd have to compare it to the ZTV with that of other wind farms. But there are a lot of proposals in Scotland that sit very high, and the pattern of visibility that we see on ZTVs, such as I've got figure 6.1.7a in front of me from the environmental statement. So that's the blade tip height, zone of theoretical visibility. Often we'll see a lot more visibility, and we found it quite challenging to find good viewpoints for this project because the visibility will be relatively restricted. And that certainly isn't the case for many other projects, and that reinforces the message that effects here will be localised.
Okay, thank you. Can I invite the council to respond to that, please?
I say in my hearing statement that PDF 4 provides no definition of what constitutes a localised effect. It's unclear whether it is just simply meaning the extent of effects, geographic extent, or whether it should possibly also include consideration of the degree of severity of those effects. I think you will probably discuss this tomorrow, sir, but the Foreside PLI findings, the reporter considered that it wasn't just about the extent of effects, but also about the degree of severity and the nature of those effects. I would argue that you need to take that into account because a lot of wind farms are now similar heights of turbines. They don't tend to be located on high hills. That's where you get the most extensive visibility, though there is one in Aberdeenshire which is sited on an isolated hill which does have a particularly extensive visibility. I would accept that this proposal doesn't have a particularly extensive visibility, and I think the extent of significant adverse effects is comparable with other similarly sized wind farm proposals. The council, and I think it's important to reiterate this, the council have not objected on the basis of the principle of a wind farm in this location. it is really only in matters of detailed design to try and mitigate landscape and visual effects from certain views. There is an agreement between the parties on the nature of those significant effects on views. I think the LVIA is very fair in its assessment. So I really do consider that the term localised, without any other definition that's available, it needs to be more nuanced than just considering extent of effects. But additionally, coming back to the cumulative effects, which I think, as I've expressed before, are really important in this context where we have a lot of applications and we've got a number of recent consents. The significant adverse cumulative effects that are likely to occur, I think, really adds weight to the fact that localised should not just be related to extent of visibility. It's looking at the wider picture and the cumulative effects on both landscape and visual, and the extensiveness of that in terms of a combined effect, for example, on the Midloch Ore area, which is relatively extensive. I think that's all I have to say on that matter.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. We will obviously return to this topic tomorrow. Is there anything else the applicant wants to say on the point about localised just now before we move on to design mitigation?
Thank you.
No. Okay. So 10B then is the concept also from NPF4 of appropriate design mitigation. Just like to discuss what it means for that to have been applied and whether it has in this case. And essentially, I understand from submissions and what we've heard today as well, that essentially the applicant considers appropriate design mitigation has been applied and the council considers that it is not. So I don't want just now to repeat all the earlier discussion that we've had regarding specific viewpoints, but that maybe provides context to any comments under this agenda item. But if I can start with the council just to briefly outline its position on this particular point, and then I'll turn to the applicant.
Well, my evidence is that I don't consider that appropriate design mitigation has been applied. I think it's come far from the scoping report layout, but then all schemes do, because at scoping, I think it's quite common that landscape and visual matters have not really been taken into account, and there's just been as many wind turbines squeezed on a site as possible. So a lot of scoping layouts look particularly congested. It's a starting point, and some developers use that as a reason to say, gosh, we have improved it in subsequent design iterations. So I often think a scoping layout is really not that realistic. I think it just doesn't go far enough in applying appropriate mitigation. I do accept that the Loch Ore area is fairly sparsely populated, and it's less frequented than other parts of Argyll, which you could argue reduces sensitivity. But at the very least, the importance of the Dun na Quaich viewpoint, which is promoted and very popular, should have prompted the applicant, in my view, to seek to mitigate the major significant effects on views from what is a very well-used visitor attraction.
Okay, thank you. And again, without needing to repeat earlier discussion, but can I invite the applicant to respond on that?
Yeah, I mean, the design process is set out and illustrated very comprehensively within the design and access statement, with a lot of detail, a lot more detail than you'll often see in a design and access statement. It's very much a process. That process was ongoing over probably 18 months or a couple of years. It was a lengthy process. There were obviously 5 main design iterations. There were at least 15 recorded design layouts, and there were probably tens of layouts, more probably 100 layouts that we actually looked at. So it was a lengthy and thorough process. There was a lot to consider and a lot to balance, and I remained very happy in the way that the landscape and visual issues were being considered, and their prominence and the importance that was being given to those throughout that process. And the recommendations that I made were taken on board and considered very seriously and balanced with other things. So I do consider appropriate design mitigation was applied for this project.
And I've just got one matter I want to add, sir, and that is that the guidelines for landscape and visual assessment identify that LVIA process also involves engaging the public through the application process. This application was consulted with publicly locally. Explanations were given to the design of the scheme, and essentially there is no objection at all by any member of the public to this scheme. That is pretty exceptional, and I think is a matter that should be given weight in the context of the claims about unacceptable visual impact, which is about people's visual experience. And I do think that's a matter which is unusual, but also it is relevant in context, because we do go through a pre-application process these days and do ensure that local communities are informed about proposals during the application process and are engaged in the design of the wind farms. And where that does result in no representation adverse to the proposal, I think that is a matter which should be recorded in the context of the consideration of visual matters.
Okay, thank you. Bearing in mind we will discuss the planning balance and acceptability tomorrow, but does the council want to respond on what's just been said briefly today?
If I could just add a quick word before perhaps Ms Anderson might want to say something else. I hadn't anticipated that comment with regard to public participation, which is fairly made. And so as a result, I haven't checked any detail within the LVIA or EIA or otherwise as to how often the public events were. I noticed that there were 2 public events, but I don't know how many people attended those events. And I think that might be useful detail by way of background. If I could ask that through you, please, sir.
Yeah, I presume that is set out in the PAC reports. We can perhaps go there just now. If parties can locate that. I'm not sure if it even had a core document reference. I think I do have a copy to hand. It's certainly before me.
Yes.
I do have it here. I can see in it chapter 4 relates to first public exhibition, pages 11 to 15. Chapter 5 relates to second public exhibition, pages 16 to 22, and there is a topic heading of community engagement post February 2022. There's quite a few appendices, so I don't know if the answer will be quick to find just now, or otherwise we can perhaps return to it tomorrow if not.
We'll have to come back.
Yeah, sir, we'll come back to that point tomorrow.
But of course, during the application process, there are formal adverts which allow participation in the process, are designed to promote engagement. So what we have is, obviously we've had our engagement through these meetings, but also there is the ability to access information. And what I would generally say is that it is extremely unusual to get an application with no adverse representations from members of the public. I think that is a matter that there is no public concern expressed about this proposal, and particularly given, as I say, the focus of today has been on visual impact. I think that is a matter which is of relevance, and we'll come back to obviously tomorrow when we do planning balances, etc.
Okay, we'll note that as something to pick up and clarify tomorrow. Is there anything else on the points that I had noted on the agenda under item 10 before I invite any other points that parties wish to raise? Anything else on design mitigation? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, any other matters in relation to landscape and visual that we haven't covered today that parties wish to raise? No. Was that something from the applicant? No, nothing from anybody.
So thank you.
That's fine. Okay, in that case, I think that brings us to an end for today. So that's the landscape and visual hearing closing just now, and thank you very much to everybody who's been involved today for your input, particularly Ms Anderson, Ms Oxley, for all your evidence. Just a reminder, tomorrow we'll have 2 hearing sessions on energy and planning policy and on draft conditions, and as we agreed earlier, we'll start those at 9:30. So those of you who are coming back tomorrow, I will see you then. Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.